Now you can
Okay,
hear me.
I think we should be back. Yeah, we are back. Fun. Chat, let me know when you can hear me and when you can see me. Hey, okay. All right, sweet. Okay, so like I predicted, because of the heavy rain in rural Kentucky, we did briefly lose our fiber connection somehow, and it ended the stream completely. So yeah, sorry. Why it's always that's why we love the National Weather Service. Why it's always good to have a backup. Until I have my super awesome underground bunker and I create my own internet that never goes out. That's something that we have to deal with. But we are back live again as we continue to cover the storm. Now, the good news is like literally right as my internet went out, the tornado. I don't think it immediately lifted, but it's definitely less of a problem now. We only have one tornado warning, and the rotation for that one looks less impressive. But now, oh boy, now we got a new one down here. Look at that. Do we have Andy back yet? Is he in our thing? Okay, Andy, are you seeing that south of LaGrange?
I'm looking at it now. Actually, Brian, the thing is, I was unfortunately just distracted by that internet thing, but I actually saw that. Um, I was talking about it with a few people, and we noted some huge, essentially higher ZDR, which means the updrafts for the storm were much stronger. And yeah, sure enough, it's developed into that almost instantaneously, like the snap of your fingers.
Right. And is it just my bad internet, or there is no warning for that part of the storm yet? Right.
There is no warning now,
Okay.
and it is on the ground.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Guys, this is happening now. There is no warning for this, but a new tornado has formed here just to the south of LaGrange, and it is on the ground now. And it's big. It touched down fast, and it is getting ready to move into the existing warning that already is up here. But the people who are getting hit by a tornado right now are not under any sort of warning. So hopefully we can get a y'all heads up to the people out in front of this thing, because this is going to continue to be a problem all the way over towards Mountville. Let's see here. Yeah, so this is on the southern side of LaGrange. This is LaGrange is a big city. There's definitely, this is hitting places right now. There it is. There's the warning.
Has been issued.
But it's going to cross 185, Interstate 185, and go towards Mountville here within the next little bit. Wow. All right, so hopefully we can get this stream back in front of everybody.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Guys, I'm sorry, my internet went out. YouTube, whenever that happens, YouTube ends the stream and makes you start a whole new one. So now every link that you've shared across social media, every time that you've done that, those don't work anymore. We have to do it again. We have to share again. So I'm sorry. I wish I controlled it. But I don't. But we do need to work together again to try to get this information out in front of as many people as possible. So please help me share the stream out there. But anyways, we've got a new tornado on the ground. They just issued the new warning for it, and we're going to continue to track it here. This is where it is right now on the southern side of LaGrange, Georgia, and it's going to come up through Interstate 85 and 185 here within the next little bit. So please take shelter and take this one seriously, because if we've learned anything today, it's to never underestimate any of these storms. These are extremely dangerous storms. Make sure is Ryan and Brett working on LSM? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. And none of the maybe we should try to replace them with the Omega cameras. Do you remember how to do that? Oh, okay. But we're out. I see. I see. All right. Okay. We'll just try to work with Frank and them and see if we can put something up there. All right. Anyways, we've got a tornado down on the ground here on the southern side of LaGrange, Georgia. It's going to come up through Interstate 85, cross over 185 here within the next little bit. This is doing damage right now on the southern side of LaGrange, Georgia. All right. This is a big tornado. We're lucky that we got on here. I got my internet back just in time to catch it right before the warning was issued. And this is going to continue to go up towards Odessadale and Luis and St. Mark's, maybe even Greenville, Georgia, and Rocky Mount, Georgia, as we go deeper into the future. But right now, in the short term, it's hitting the southeastern side of LaGrange, and it is throwing debris into the air. There you go. Just another insane situation unfolding here as this storm that has just produced so many tornadoes today just does not want to give up, and it continues to do so. Yeah, that's a bad one. It's a big one. That's for sure. Thank you guys for helping me reshare the stream. I'm sorry I lost connection there. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. But just if you don't care to hit the like button again and reshare us so that we're back in front of all those people that we were helping out before the outage happened. Wow. There's a lot of pictures and videos now coming out of the storm as it went by Selma. We are working hard on trying to figure out a way to keep that from happening, by the way. I think one of the future things that we can do is stream to a server that if the internet goes down, the stream stays connected, and then I could reconnect my internet, and then we just pop back up. But this is all stuff that it takes time, and we're working on it. I also may inevitably have to just move from Eastern Kentucky one day, because that's got a lot to do with it. Yeah, so this thing's still producing damage here. It's just now in between Interstate 185 and 85. So the big tornado has rode the interstate for a while, and now it's in this big junction area of two very, very highly trafficked interstates. I just hope that the people know what's going on, because this is definitely turning over cars and trailers and everything right now if people were unaware and were on that section of road there. Shoot. And it's a big one. This is a big, nasty tornado on the southeastern side of LaGrange now. Literally, the tornado is over Interstate 85 and 185 at the same time, pretty much. All right. And it's going to continue to go over towards Mountville. And eventually maybe even towards Odessaville and St. Mark's in Georgia. We're in Georgia. We started tracking this storm system way back on the other side of Alabama. It dropped tornadoes across the entire state of Alabama. One of them was on the ground for, we are estimating 50-something miles. And recently it lifted, dropped another one, and dropped another. And now we're seeing another one here to the south and east of LaGrange in Georgia. Okay, so this is like viewer submitted. So this is one of those images I was talking about earlier. This is the picture of the tornado that went through Selma earlier, and same storm system that we're dealing with now. But look at this appendage. Look at that horizontal vortices. There's multiple of them. There's another one that kind of protrudes out the other side. That's stuff that you only see in the worst of tornadoes. And you've seen images like this for the April 27th, 2011 tornadoes. You've seen stuff like this for the 2012 like Henryville, Indiana tornado. that is what that reminds me of, and you can see the damage here. All we can do is hope that some of the more populated communities were missed, but unfortunately, it does look like a lot of places did take damage. But what we just looked at, it's possible that is happening, or is about to happen, or could happen. Us again. Here near Mountville, Georgia, because we do have a big tornado down right here. More damage videos coming in from Selma, Alabama. My goodness, it looks like some buildings are on fire even. So yeah, you're under a PDS tornado warning if you're in Chambers County or Randolph counties in Alabama. But it's important to know that the majority of the storm has moved past Alabama. That'll be allowed to expire soon. Now, if you are in Heard County, Georgia, that's where we have the PDS to worry about now. Heard County and Troup County, Georgia, you're under a PDS warning. The PDS warning in Alabama has been allowed to expire. The tornado is now in Mountville. We've been calling this out for a while, and it's getting ready to go up towards Alley and Greenville, and the lights have turned green, so that means it's time to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian. I expect there may be a new tornado warning for far south central Alabama to the northeast of Andalusia. Andalusia. I'm trying to remember that pronunciation. Hopefully, I got one of those 2 times, guys. But yeah, there's some not quite tight rotation there, but definitely some stronger inbound winds, and thus a remarkable rotation there. So that is not currently tornado warned. It's traveling pretty much due east to the south of Brantley along Highway 331 in Alabama. So eventually it'll reach Ayrton and Ozark in Alabama, headed towards the Fort Rucker radar site. So there may be a new tornado warning issued for that area soon.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing our attention to this storm, which does look like it's going to try to produce a tornado here. There's no warning or anything, but look at the broad rotation. Very big rotating mesocyclone there.
A new tornado warning has been
confirmed tornado warning for DeKalb and Fulton County, Georgia. DeKalb and Fulton County, Georgia. Brand new warning up there. We're going to take you to that as we continue to watch all of these storms. By the way, we've had like a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings up in Tennessee, Kentucky, North Carolina, South Carolina. We're going to cover that as we can, but we really have to focus in on these warnings and these storms that are happening up here. And by the way, that most recent storm, or that most recent warning, includes downtown Atlanta. Holy smokes. Hold on. Let's go back up here. We're going all over the place again. See here. Come to the reflectivity. Let me push this forward. Let me make sure I'm loading everything up correctly here. And we have a tornado warning for DeKalb and Fulton County in Georgia. And it's for this slight area of rotation that you can see down in here. And we could have a tornado happen down here, but I'm not seeing any sort of like crazy signature. Let me load up a different radar site. Let me make sure that we're looking at this from all the right angles. Yeah, this right here is what they're looking at. That right there, that little kink. You see that? A little bit of inflow. That's your rotation. You can see it on radar a little bit. Not seeing a whole lot on correlation coefficient. Let's read the text on the warning here. Radar confirmed tornado. So, let me read. I'm just trying to read some more information on this. A tornado producing a tornado producing storm was located over East Point or 7 miles southwest of Atlanta, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Radar confirmed. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I was looking at. You can see the confirmed tornado via the TATL, the terminal airport there, radar. That'll show you it with a much clearer image there, so you can see it much closer to the radar. That's how I think they confirmed it.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. This right here is where the tornado is, near Golden Acres, moving into East Point now. We potentially have a tornado on the ground here, and that's going to move over Interstate 85 and 75 and literally move right into the southern side of Atlanta. This is a very populated area. If we have any, pictures or videos floating around out there, make sure you're tagging me in that on Twitter so that I can relay that information.
New tornado warning.
Make sure you tag the National Weather Service if it's novel to them. But this is right here is where we think that tornado is going to be here on this storm that's moving into Atlanta right now. East Point, Hapeville, Greenwood Trailer Park, Lakewood Heights, Cornell, Thomasville. All of these places are in the direct path of this very dangerous storm. And it looks to me, honestly, I'm just going to be 100% honest with you guys. It looks like if there was a tornado, it was brief. It might have lifted, but we are going to follow the National Weather Service here, and we are going to get to shelter all the way out here, even into Belvedere Park, Panthersville, Reedon, Stonecrest, and Pinehurst, and all these areas, because we know what these storms are capable of today. These storms, this very line of storms that's moving into Atlanta right now, is associated with the same storm system that has caused catastrophic damage in Alabama. So let's not pay too much attention to where the blue dots are and where the correlation coefficient drops are and stuff like that. Let's just respect the polygon. And if you're in that purple polygon, we need you to take shelter. So once again, that's Capitol View, that's Panthersville, all the way through Thomasville and Henrico and Blair Village. Please take shelter, as this is a very dangerous storm. Even more dangerous down here. We have a PDS tornado warning for this storm that's producing. This one's definitely producing a big tornado here south of St. Mark's, moving up towards Midway Alley, Woodcraft, and Rocky Mount in Georgia. All right, so look at that. Look at the swirl. You can see that very clearly here on this radar. So a very dangerous storm here as well. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. Debris in the air. And that's going to continue to be a problem once again as it goes towards Woodcraft. Downstream, we are also talking about Worcester, Oakland, Caramel, and Pendville. And that is going to be what we're looking at there. So we got two tornadic thunderstorms, three tornadic thunderstorms, 4 warnings. 2 of them are associated with the same thing up here. And then that fourth one, or that last one, this is the one that Andy had brought to our attention earlier. And this is a newer tornado warning for Pine Level, Bluff Springs, Chestnut Grove, and Java in Alabama. So this is in southeastern Alabama. That's what we're looking at down there. A tornado warning for you. So yeah. So much going on. It's kind of overwhelming. We've been going for over 6 hours now. If you're just now tuning in, if you lost me there for a minute, I lost my internet connection. We're back now, though, and we're going to be here with you until this thing is over. If you want to go ahead and take a break and go eat, you can do that, and then I'll go after you. Here. What happened to the last stream? I lost my internet. I'm sorry. I hope we've got a bunch of people tuning back in. If we do, if you guys can help me out and just share this on social media, share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, hit the like button, whatever you can do to help us get this stream back in front of people, that would be great, because unfortunately we lost our connection and we lost everybody that was watching. Sorry about that. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. Here's what I'm talking about. This is the tornado that was in Elmore County earlier today, January 12th, 2023. This is what it looked like. Here is the Tuscaloosa County tornado of April 27th, 2011. This is what I was talking about. This is one of the most famous tornadoes ever right here. And the parallels you can draw between that and this, just based off of visual cues, especially that horizontal vortex in front of it there. That's how intense these tornadoes have been today. And just, it's mind-blowing, especially the fact that it is January 12th, not April 12th. That's just crazy. Amy says the darn things have tentacles. Yeah, whenever the tornadoes start looking like they have tentacles, that's when you know we're on another level of a tornado there. When there's tornadoes inside of the tornadoes and outside of the tornadoes. That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about today, unfortunately. Yeah, we are starting to hear a lot of more reports coming in from Alabama. Catastrophic damage reports are coming in after Alabama tornado. And Andy is wanting to talk to us. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I just about bet that we're a couple minutes away at most from this South Alabama supercell producing a tornado, unfortunately. The newest velocity scan from 54 minutes on the hour, it shows what's pretty much a couplet. It's just got to connect with the rest of the inflow, and then it's set to go, just like the other ones did. I see a supportive environment in front of it, thermodynamically and kinematically. So I hope it doesn't do the same thing, but I don't see why it wouldn't. So let's watch it.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. By the way, before we dive into that one, the tornado warning up there for around Atlanta was allowed to expire. I really think that was a brief thing, but hey, listen, you're still going to get some very strong winds up there in Fulton and DeKalb counties. I would stay in my safe spot until that's over, honestly. This is going to be a strong storm for y'all. But here we go. Down here in southern Alabama, we've got another big storm trying to do the thing that a lot of these big storms have done today. And it's looking like it's going to succeed. This thing has been trying to tighten up its rotation for a while. It's going to do it here, and it's probably going to produce a big tornado as it moves over to south of Spring Hill and towards Arlington in Alabama. Okay, so we've got two areas that we're watching really closely. We've got the confirmed tornado up here near LaGrange, south of Newman. And then we've got a new storm, a new tornado developing down here to the south. And historically, throughout this storm system, we've noticed a zipper effect. And like this storm follows that kind of situation where the ingredients to produce these kinds of tornadoes kind of fall in this area. So we've got to watch it closely, and we've got to get ready for a worst case scenario here as this moves off to the east. The tornadoes today have been some of the strongest tornadoes that we have seen in a while, or at least it seems that way. It seems that way from the pictures we've seen. It seems that way from the radar data that we've seen. Obviously, the National Weather Service, it'll be up to them to determine the damage and all that stuff. But that's what we are looking at right now. Oh, yeah. Dude, yeah, this is... Once again, the Henryville tornado. I knew this one stuck out to me. This is the tornado from today in Elmore County. This is the Henryville 2012 tornado. It's crazy how similar this one looks to those storms. So, yeah. And both of those, as you guys know, were the Tuscaloosa and the Henryville were just really strong, devastating tornadoes. Yeah, so if there isn't a tornado on the ground yet, it's getting ready to happen here. to the south of Spring Hill in Alabama. Big time rotational couplet, big time strong supercell. We're going to keep an eye on that, but we're also going to come back up here into Georgia and give you an update on what's going on with this. Still have a very strong area of rotation to the south of Midway, south and west of Rocky Mount. I don't know if we still have a tornado on the ground, but we still have a TDS. So all we can do is assume that we do have a tornado on the ground here, and it's going to continue to move towards Worcester. So there's not a tornado warning for Worcester, Carmel, Harrelson, Pettinville, Hollandville, or Digby, or any of these places in Georgia just yet. But I would assume that there is getting ready to be one. So heads up, y'all, because this is probably going to continue to cause problems as it moves into your vicinity. Some of the stronger winds are moving into downtown Atlanta now. The tornado warning that you guys had has been allowed to expire. Yeah, we're still dealing with some heavy rain, some very strong winds, and that's going to continue to move through all of Georgia as well. And I do want to show you the size and scope of this storm. We've been really focused in on this part of it because that's where all these big deadly tornadoes have been happening. But we've got strong winds and heavy rain moving all the way up through portions of Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and even some small hail forming with these storms behind the storm back here near Nashville and Tennessee and stuff. So that's what we're dealing with here. What's interesting is as this cold front moves through, what's going to happen is we're going to see a bunch of northwest flow come in. We're going to see temperatures drop like crazy tonight. And then tomorrow it's going to snow. It may snow in Atlanta tomorrow night. That's what's happening here. As snow squalls come off of Lake Michigan and kind of interact with the mountains and do all kinds of crazy things here. And we'll talk about that more as the severe weather situation dies down later. Confirmed tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Georgia. So there you go. Pike County, Spalding County, Georgia are now added to that confirmed tornado list. It's just an extension of what we've been watching here. So basically all of those areas that I just called out that I said, oh, you guys aren't under a tornado warning yet, but you'll probably will be here soon. Well, now you are. And we're going to continue to watch this all the way up through Williamson, maybe even all the way to Griffin in Georgia. This is south of Atlanta to a pretty good degree. Sorry, I've been talking for like 6 hours straight. Voice is starting to get a little scratchy, but we'll be all right. There you go. There's the new polygon. Right yonder. Troop County. Okay, I see. Thank you guys for tuning back into the stream. I'm sorry we lost each other. If it happens again, just make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Turn notifications on. As soon as I'm able to reconnect, you'll get a notification that I'm live again, and you can just click on it, and you'll be right back with me. Unfortunately, I am just a dude on the YouTube, and I've got internet, and sometimes it goes out like that's just the way it is. But thankfully, we were able to get it back up pretty quick, and I really do appreciate everybody sharing this to help us get back in front of people here. Got some pea-sized hail to dime-sized hail up there in Atlanta right now. We're getting some pictures of that in. Thank you for sending that in. And Andy wants to talk to us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, I just wanted to, I know there's a lot of people who are probably in Atlanta right now watching. now that the main line has passed through Atlanta, there's still going to be quite some blustery winds for quite some time here. Even though it's not going to be raining as hard, it's still going to be really gusty. We saw this in eastern Tennessee earlier today near Knoxville. There were some 60, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts behind the line from what we call the rear inflow jet that's feeding into these storms and pushing them forward with the front. So the rear inflow jet will continue to provide windy conditions for Atlanta for a while now. But your tornado threat, if you're in the Atlanta metro, west of I-75 and north of I-20, anywhere in there, north of College Park now, you guys are good for the day tornado wise. You'll just have some really windy and wet conditions, so you want to stay inside. Hopefully that will help calm anyone who is in Atlanta proper. And as the line passes through and you're heeding those warnings, the same will be true for you, in Decatur and east in DeKalb County once these storms pass through. So pay attention if you're east of I-285 still. We got to get you that information just in case something happens in the moment. We'll be here. But for Atlanta proper to the west, you are good to go for now besides the wind.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Here is a broad view of everything that's going on again. And this line of storms is really just going to continue to be nasty all the way through as it goes through Winder, Monroe, Covington, McDonough, Jackson, Griffin, Baronsville, Thomaston. All these places in Georgia are getting ready to just get slammed by a very strong line of storms with embedded tornadoes. One of those embedded tornado situations is currently unfolding here in, let's see here, Pike and Spalding counties in Georgia. That's our rotation. That's where the tornado is. Let's see if we can still see the debris. A little bit. North of Worcester here, still got a tornado on the ground, moving up towards Carmel. Get to shelter now. Now, what we need to do is look at this storm again. Still a very big storm. Just looked nuts on radar. These supercells today, man. Like, what is going on with this? Anyways, this is another storm that's likely getting ready to put down a big tornado, if it isn't already. And that's going to be happening here as this storm moves into Spring Hill and Brundage in Alabama. Okay, so just to the south of those towns, that's where the strongest portion of this storm is, or where it's going to be, I should say. Wait, what did I do? Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I wanted to let you know about another supercell. It's rather oddly shaped, but it is in eastern/northeastern Georgia near Sparta. So if you follow Interstate 20 East, eventually you'll come across it in Hancock County. Not currently warned for anything. You will see what looks like some strong rotation there, and we do have a hook echo, but most of that rotation is actually side lobed. So a little bit of radar artifacting there. However, the storm is healthy. And since it's not warned for anything right now, I would like to issue a y'all watch out ahead of it in Norwood, Warrenton, and that area in eastern Georgia near Thompson.
All right. Thank you, Andy. No warning or anything associated with this storm. So heads up as we continue to watch this one get stronger. We got a very strong storm moving towards Mayfield, Georgia, Warrenton, Georgia, Norwood, Camac, and Messina, Georgia here. And like Andy said, we're watching it closely as it does look like it could try to do something as we go forward. No warning right now, but heads up. Y'all watch out as we continue to see that thing move off to the east. Now, we also have this tornado warning over here for Griffin in Georgia. This one looks like it's tried to die down a little bit, but man, I'm done even talking about that. This section of the storm has definitely caused way more problems than we thought it would. So like, I'm just going to go ahead and say that this is probably going to recycle at some point over here towards Williamson or Griffin. So stay in your safe spot despite what happens with this section of the storm right here. Let's see. Let's also come down here and take a look at our storm to the south. South of Spring Hill in Alabama. Very strong storm. I would be very surprised if we didn't see a tornado warning here soon. But right now, or not a warning, but a tornado on the ground here soon. But right now, it looks like it's still developing. That's what's going on there. Here. I think what I'm going to do, Andy, if you can give me 5 minutes or so, I think I'm actually going to take a brief step away from the computer here and try to eat, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, can do, Ryan.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, guys. So we do have 3 active tornado warnings. One of them is in Coffee County, Alabama. I said a while ago that I was expecting this to produce at any moment, and thankfully, somehow it hasn't yet. Again, it's not down to me to be able to determine the micro scale things that are going into the storm because I only have the radar. But from what I can see, this is still a very important or a very efficient environment for tornado genesis down south in south central Alabama. So Ayrton, Clio, and Blue Springs, especially. This cell is headed on the northern edge of this tornado warning that was put out. And so I believe that these areas are most inclined to pay attention. They will be in the path of what could be a potential tornado should this supercell produce. So Ayrton, Clio, Louisville or Louisville in Alabama. I'm not sure how you guys are going to pronounce that one. Texasville and Blue Springs. You guys are in the path in South Central Alabama of this supercell coming in the next 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes for those locations. In addition to that, we have 2 tornado warnings for the same cell. Again, that's in West Central Georgia, headed towards Williamson and Griffin, Georgia. I know there are a few people in Griffin, Georgia, that I remember talking to in the past. This cell currently does not have a tornado on the ground, from what I can see, but we're inclined to believe that this could produce again. I mean, we've seen what's happened today. If you've been with us for even 15 or 30 minutes, you've seen how productive these cells are. And I mean, I have not slept yet. I'll be honest, guys. I have not slept yet, and just how incredible this day has been and what the atmosphere is doing, what Mother Nature is doing, has kept me awake on pure adrenaline. I've not slept in 24 hours, I think. But the weather sleeps for no, the weather sleeps for no one. All right. The weather's just going to keep going. So I'm here to cover it. Make sure you guys are taking hydration breaks as well, taking care of yourselves like Ryan is. Ryan's currently eating food. He'll be back. So please take care of yourselves too. It's super important. We need all of y'all to just as much as you guys would need us, because we rely on you guys to exponentially relay our message to the people who need to hear it. If you're getting it to your family members or your friends or anyone, that is super important. That's almost way more important than what we could do initially. We depend on y'all. So we want y'all to feel good too. If you're not feeling good or your anxiety is overcoming you, then it's not going to be a good environment for you to be here and relay this important information. So I'm going to do my absolute best to make sure that the efficiency of us and what messages we're able to give out is a pinnacle, peak, and we need you guys for that. So please take care of yourselves. Oh wow. What a day so far. Yeah, surely. I really hope that our messages and so forth have been able to reach many people that needed to hear it. Hopefully we were able to save people. And tomorrow we already have storm chasers going down to the areas that were impacted that we saw on stream earlier today in the past 5-6 hours that we've been live. We have Chris Hall going down south there. I've been chatting with him all afternoon for y'all squad relief. Thank you guys for buying the stickers on the website as well, shopryanhall.com. It is in the description of this video. Just click on that video. I'm sorry, the stickers are a choose your donation. If you wish to contribute to the Y'all Squad efforts, we are delegating that money to our storm chasers and relief efforts directly. Ryan's expressed interest a few times already. Is he going to go down there and do it himself? We'd love to see it. This is a significant event, as Ryan's already made comparisons to Mayfield and so forth. It's you know, it's a lot to process.
A new
All right, new
tornado
tornado
warning has
warning
been issued.
is an extension of. Oh goodness! All right, two of them just came in at the same time. New tornado warning is an extension of our South Central Alabama tornado warning for Coffee County and now Dale County. Northern parts of Dale
A new
County
tornado
are now
warning
in
has
a
been
new
issued.
tornado warning. That may also be extended to parts of southeastern Pike County and Barbour County eventually in South Central Alabama, southeastern Alabama now. Barbour County and Pike County expect a tornado warning soon. There is a different National Weather Service office that will issue that part of the warning. So we have to wait for the warning to be issued by two offices, as that's the area that they are covering. So expect a new warning for Pike and Barbour counties, as I mentioned. I imagine that will be added very soon. In addition to that, our next newest tornado warning that was just issued is for Clayton County, Henry County, Newton County, and Rockdale County in Georgia. So that is actually a new rotation that I'm seeing. It is just over Jonesboro, Georgia, to the south of Forest Park, to the south of I-75 in Clayton County. That's going to travel due east near Stonebridge, Flippin, and north of McDonough in Henry County, Georgia. All right. So that's a new warning issued for those areas right there. I can't control the radar, so do your best. If you know these areas, you know what I'm talking about. Wow. All right. Wow. All right. We're just hopefully those town names got out to y'all. Definitely a nearly overwhelming day, but the message is to keep going, persevere, deliver the data as we get it. I'm doing my best here. I do see a new couplet in our Pike and I can't see the county name. Where'd it go? Pike and Meriwether County tornado warning. That's now crossed out of Meriwether County. It is now entering Pike County and Spalding County to the north of Williamson, Georgia. That's going to track. It looks like there could be
A
a
new
new tornado
tornado
on the
warning
ground
has
there
been
developing
issued.
now. I do see the debris signature. So yes, Williamson, Georgia, there's a tornado on the ground that is headed to the north of that area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So a couple of new tornado warnings for Hancock and Warren County, Georgia. And that is for our, oh my goodness, that is for our eastern Georgia storm. That includes Warrenton, Norwood in Warren County, and it is to the north and east of Sparta and Culverton, Georgia. So that is out of Sparta, Georgia, and will be approaching Interstate 20 near Norwood, Cadley, and Warrenton, Georgia, in Warren County. So new tornado warning for that supercell. I mentioned that one earlier in eastern Georgia now. All right, that's an update on all of our current tornado warnings. Yeah, so the most imminent concern one to me, I believe, is the one that's impacting Pike and Spalding counties in Georgia. So that's for Williamson, the town of Williamson in Georgia. There is a tornado on the ground. I expect that warning is already for a confirmed tornado. So all of y'all in Williamson should be in your tornado safe spots. If you need a rehash of what that is the interior most room of your house, most walls between you and the outdoors. So interior closet, interior bathroom, those will work. Being in a bathtub is generally a good safety tip if you do not have a basement. Take us with you, take me with you, since I'm here leading the team right now on a tablet or a phone. Make sure you're able to listen. And that goes for anyone who is in a tornado warning right now.
A new tornado
All
warning
right.
has been issued.
I believe there's another new tornado warning for Barbour County and Pike County, Alabama. That's the one I mentioned earlier. Then the other National Weather Service office covering those areas had to issue that warning in conjunction with northeastern Coffee County and northwestern Dale County. So there you go. There's your new warning to put the pieces together. Ayrton, Blue Springs, Alabama in that warning, and Texasville in Alabama. All right.
All
I
right.
think, are you good, Ryan?
I'm good. Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I did pretty good there. I was feeling good.
You did great, as always. Everybody say thank you, Andy, in chat for, as always, doing a great job keeping us updated while I tried my best to eat. No, it was great. I had, what was it, Buffalo Wild Wings? Absolutely wonderful. Enjoyed every minute of it. But now we're back to cover this ongoing severe weather situation. And like, is it going to end? I don't know. Because here we are back up to six tornado warnings throughout portions of Georgia and Alabama as we continue to see this stuff kind of pop off. So here we are, the southernmost storm that we've been watching. There's a new warning out for southeastern portions of Alabama that goes all the way over towards Eufaula. We're going to watch that one very closely as it goes forward. Way out east here, we've got a new tornado warning for areas along near Warrenton in Georgia. This is in eastern Georgia. And then, of course, we've got another tornado warning down here south of Atlanta near Stockbridge. So let's go through all of these one by one and get an up close and personal look at what is going on with each of them. Starting off with the southernmost one. This storm still looks incredibly impressive. It looks like it's trying to do something more intense than what it is doing right now. But what it is doing right now is incredibly interesting, and it's definitely going to cause some problems out here towards Ellenville, Doster, Atkinsville, Blue Springs, Texasville, and Edgefield and Pleasant Hill in Alabama. Okay, so if you're in the path of this thing, take shelter now. There's a tornado coming. And as you've seen today, these are not normal kind of storms. These are definitely causing big time problems, and you do not want to get caught with your guard down as one of these comes through. Same thing for you guys up here in Griffin. Okay, Griffin, Georgia, big time rotational area coming towards you. I'm not convinced there's a tornado down with that right now, but it can happen very quickly in the moment's notice. So you're under a warning. Respect the polygon. Get to shelter now. South of Atlanta here near Stockbridge, we've got an area of rotation near Indian Hill Estates. That's going to continue to move east towards I-75 and potentially produce a tornado near Stockbridge, Miller Hill, Brannan, or Barrington in Georgia. Take shelter now. Last, but certainly not least, let's talk about this one way out here in East Georgia. This is actually probably the most impressive looking one out of all of them that we've seen so far. This is a supercell out here in the favorable zone for tornado production, and it is absolutely turning. It's swirling. You can see the swirl on it right here, and it is about to produce a tornado maybe for Norwood, Kamek, and Warrenton up here near Messina and Thompson in Georgia. Take shelter now. Radar confirmed tornado warning for Pike County and Spalding County, Georgia. That's the only confirmed warning that we have right now. The rest of these are radar indicated, but I would just about bet that at least a couple of these are going to go confirmed here soon as we continue to see those development, or as we can continue to see the development of the mesocyclones on these storms. Thankfully, we're not seeing a bunch of new like supercell storms pop up down here, but the ones that are forming are causing problems like this one up here to the west of Augusta. That is going to continue to cause problems as we go forward with tornadoes. Here's what we want to happen, okay? What we want to happen is for this line to just take over everything, all right? We don't want any kinks in the line, okay? So like this right here is bad. You see how we get an S shape here? We get a little bit of back, a little bit of forth. That kink, that's why we have tornadoes here. The little disturbances in the line are never good. You want a smooth backward C-shaped line or a smooth straight line. That is when this is still going to be a bad storm. We're still going to see isolated damaging wind, problems out of this, but that's when we really don't have to worry as much about the, long track violent tornadoes. Unfortunately, as long as there are little kinks and bends in this line, and as long as there are little storms popping out in front of it, the tornado threat continues to be way high as we go forward. If you are just now tuning in, you're watching wall to wall, y'all to y'all storm coverage as we are really watching. I mean, honestly, something that I did not expect today. It's just absolutely nuts what has happened today. We've got hundreds of thousands of people that have experienced significant thunderstorms. We got a lot of people without power, near 200,000 without power. We've got ongoing tornadoes, and we've had some extremely intense tornadoes, some of the strongest we've seen in January in a very, very, very long time. And now Andy wants to talk to us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, I think that our tornado that's currently confirmed near Griffin, Georgia, may go a PDS pretty shortly here. That's a pretty intense signature, and I mean, very rarely do you see a red tornado vortex signature in GR2. So that might be an upgraded warning very soon. And Griffin is a populated area, so that is of immediate concern. I know people in our Discord community who are in Griffin, so I don't know. I can hardly look at this.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Like I said earlier, we were just looking at this. We were talking about how disjointed the velocity looked. But there you go. At a moment's notice,
this tornado warning has been upgraded.
That can change, and that's exactly what's happened here. We've got a PDS tornado warning now for Spalding County, Georgia, as this is just all of the sudden turned into a monster. Look at this. What is this cartwheel move here that has just absolutely spawned another monster tornado just to the west of Griffin? And this is, like Andy said, it's very important that we stay focused on this because Griffin is a very populated area. And unfortunately, this is going to go right through. This is going to go right through the town. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get everybody in their safe spot. Everybody in the town of Griffin, Georgia needs to know about what's happening here. Here's the bad thing about this. Griffin, Georgia was put under a tornado warning a while ago, which is good. That's good, right? But now that it's a PDS warning, I don't know. Are they going to sound the sirens again? Do they have a different sound for the siren? We really need the people of Griffin, Georgia, to understand that this is different now. This has changed. This is a much worse situation that's unfolding here as a huge tornado is forming on the west side of town. It's going to go right through the city here over the next little bit. So if you know anybody out there, please tell them, call them right now. It's an emergency. I don't care what their job is. I don't care if they're asleep. You could save their life by letting them know what's going on here. And just telling them that there's a huge tornado forming on the west side of town. It's going to come through the city. We're talking about within minutes. All right. So you don't have much time to get to shelter. You've got to run, not walk, to kind of escape the potential downsides of this. All right. So there's a couple different things going on here. The big rotational area. So it's hard to really nail down exactly where the tornado is. But it's somewhere between Griffin and Highland Mills, and it's going to go either through Griffin, through Highland Mills, or between them, and then it's going to continue to go off to the north and east towards Locust Grove and Jackson. Man, that is nuts. What is going on with this? Huge, giant supercell, by the way. You can see it embedded in the line there. Once again, talking about these kinks. You never like to see that. You never like to see the big kink in the line like that. And that is what's allowing for this just, unfortunately, probably monster tornado to form right here between Highland Mills and Griffin. Look at the velocity again. Jeez, man. That's crazy. If you're just now tuning in, Griffin, Georgia is in Highland Mills, especially on the northwestern side of Griffin, is under the gun for just a monster tornado here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, north and east of Ayrton, Alabama, our southernmost tornado warning down there. That now has a tornado debris signature and is thus on the ground. So Blue Springs, area between Clio and Blue Springs along Highway 10 in southeastern Alabama. There's a tornado headed for you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Andy. Check this out. There's another big tornado down here. This is in Alabama. So the one we were just looking at was in Georgia. Now we're back in Alabama. You're under a tornado warning out here near Blue Springs. But now we know that it's actually down. It's producing a tornado near Doster. It's going to come into
New information. This tornado
it's
warning
confirmed
has
now
been
for
upgraded.
Barber County, Alabama. This confirmed tornado is going to come into Atkinsville, Clio, Teals Crossroads, and Blue Springs within the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then even farther down the road, we got to worry about Texasville, Edgefield, and Pleasant Hill out here in southern Alabama. Just an onslaught of tornadoes today in Alabama, and it's not over yet. In fact, it's 4:29 p.m. On the East Coast. I think we might be in the middle of it. All right, so we're going to continue to watch this for the next several hours. And unfortunately, even very far downstream in some of these areas, we're going to continue to see tornadoes all the way through the evening hours. So we're going to stay with you through the whole thing, and we're going to go back and forth between these storms to try to make sure we're covering them all equally. Whatever's happening over here near Griffin is nuts. Like the weather, let's say that there's the tornado didn't fully touch down or something, which I do believe it did. Like this is a massive area of strong winds. You've got the potential for like extra little vortices to pop up, little tornadoes popping up on the front end of this Boeing segment. Like this is just an incredibly strong storm moving through Griffin right now. And unfortunately, that is also going to continue to cause problems all the way up into Locust Grove and Jackson in Georgia, as that is just one of the seriously, I've said this multiple times today, but it continues to be true. It's one of the craziest things you'll see as far as radar imagery goes. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. We've got 55,000 people in this PDS tornado warning. It'll be interesting to see what happens as it exits the polygon. Are they going to reissue this warning? Are they going to extend it? What's going to happen? As soon as we know, we will let you know. But regardless, heads up, y'all watch out in Locust Grove and in Jackson, Georgia. Shoot. Just looking at some data coming in through Twitter, just trying to see if there's anything I can show you guys to help elaborate here. Confirmed tornado is moving through Barber County in Alabama. Those in the path of this storm need to take shelter now. We are also seeing a confirmed tornado down near Griffin, Georgia. And this thing is just crazy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I can't even see how this is happening, but there is a new tornado debris signature east of East Griffin, so it's outside of the warning box already, and it's to the south and east of the current debris signature that we were watching near Highland Mills. So there is a separate tornado on the ground on the periphery. In the inflow, I'm not even sure how this tornado is on the ground, but it is. So, and it's doing a lot of damage with a deep debris signature right now.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, whatever is happening over here is not good. Like, seriously, I hope that everybody within a 50-mile radius of Griffin is taking shelter right now. You're not all under a warning, but like whatever is happening with this storm is just off the wall. We have another tornado seemingly, or at least somehow, debris is getting lofted up here on the eastern side of Griffin with an additional area of rotation over here. We've got 1, 2, 3 different areas that look like couplets, and we have a giant field of just really strong damaging winds moving through right here. One of the weirdest things I've ever seen on radar, but also one of the most telling things. And what it's telling me is to tell you to get to shelter in Locust Grove and Jackson and all these places.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now we have a new warning. You didn't just a second ago. I was going to say whether we have a warning or not, you need to get to shelter. But now you've got the polygon there for Locust Grove, Jackson, and Stewart in Georgia. Please take this seriously. This is an incredibly dangerous storm, one that I don't even know what it would be like to be there right now. Like that has got to be nuts. Whether you're in the tornado or in the strong winds or the hail or whatever is going on there, this is definitely going to be, it's going to rock your world a little bit while it's coming through. Now, the good news is downtown Griffin, whatever just happened is done. It's moved out of the area. We're seeing this big kind of like Boeing segment start to form here now near Locust Grove. That's where the tornado is, but this is also where some of the stronger winds are going to be as they move into Jackson. So, yeah, look at what. Look at that. So, yeah, let's everybody in the polygon, it's not even worth it. It's not even worth me trying to get down in there and tell you which Walmart this thing is by, because everybody inside of this polygon needs to be taking shelter. Looks like a possible damaging satellite or just another tornado on the ground east of Griffin. Yeah, something like that. This is why it is so important to literally respect the polygon and just be hyper weather aware no matter where you are. Because that tornado, this tornado down here was on the ground before anybody knew about it other than the people who were getting hit by the tornado. I believe that. Like, it's nuts how quickly that can happen. Okay, so anyways, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a big time crazy storm happening up here in Georgia. We got tornado warnings, and that's going to be for Jackson and Locust Grove and Stewart in Georgia. But that's not it. There's also, I believe there's still another tornado on the ground down here near Blue Springs, and this is coming into Blue Springs right now. We have a tornado on the ground. Take shelter immediately if you're in Blue Springs, Alabama. So yeah, it does look like we still have a tornado here, so please take shelter. This is also going to eventually go through Tyler Crossroads and Texasville in Alabama. Take shelter now. This is not... We don't just have the one storm in Georgia right now. We also have this one in Alabama. So we're going to try to revisit it as often as possible. But of course, we are kind of focusing on this one because I believe we had a tornado. We had a tornado come through like this. Started back here. You see it. Watch that. Okay, you see that? And then some kind of handoff or just another tornado just happened right here. And that's the one that might still be on the ground. It's hard to tell. But wow. I could sit here and look at this all day. This is one of the most fascinating collections of frames of radar that I've seen. But anyways, it's probably not very interesting to you. If you're in Jackson, you just want to hear about what it's going to do. And basically what's happening is you're getting ready to get hit by a pretty strong wall of wind, 50, 60, maybe 70 mile an hour winds. And in that, there might be enough turbulence, enough horizontal kind of like rotation going on. Some of it gets flipped up sideways, and now it's a tornado. Seriously, that's how quickly stuff like this can turn into a dangerous situation. I would get to shelter in Jackson, even if this doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground right now. We saw how quickly that can happen, and it could be happening right now or within the next 5 minutes or so. Locust Grove, more than likely, you're seeing some hail right now, some really heavy wind, but the tornado threat is to your south, and then we're going to continue to see this go up towards Stewart as well. Yeah, it is crazy. The fact that this is January is crazy. I see that everybody's talking about that in the chat. We do have 6 tornado warnings, 1 PDS tornado warning for Spalding County, Georgia. And listen here, like this is still as concerning of a situation if you're in Jackson. So take shelter now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I held off on this for one frame, but it was actually correct. The current radar indicated tornado warning just to the west of Thompson. That's our eastern Georgia warning there. That is most definitely on the ground, and in fact, we're seeing the debris signature from 5,600 feet now from the KJGX radar. So take a look at that radar north and east of Camac. It's about to cross Interstate 20 and go just northwest of Thompson. I expect this warning to be upgraded right now, probably.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Another tornado is on the ground over here. This one's in eastern Georgia, coming in pretty close to Thompson. It's getting ready to cross Interstate 20, like Andy just said. We don't have a new warning for this yet, no confirmed warning yet, but I'm sure it'll come through here soon. You'll see it pop up on the screen. And then that's probably going to include places like 3 Points, obviously Thompson, Georgia, Hamilton, Crossroads, and Scuffletown. So if there's no warning for you yet, but there's about to be one, please don't wait on it and just go ahead and get to shelter. Heads up, y'all, as this very dangerous storm continues to come together and cause problems out here. So we've got a tornado over here near Thompson in Georgia. We've got one down here near Jackson in Georgia, and we have one down here near Clio, south of Clayton in Alabama. 3 tornadoes potentially on the ground at the same time is just something that I didn't think, a sentence that I didn't think that I would say when I started this stream today. But here we are, and I'm just really hoping that we've got people tuning in and you're taking your safety precautions. You're getting into the most interior room of your home, and you are barricading yourselves with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, so that when flying debris inevitably starts coming down on you, it doesn't injure you. Okay, because that's the number one way that's going to happen. If you're going to get hurt by a tornado or something like that, it's going to be from a part of your house or whatever you're building you're in falling on your head. You want to protect your head. Grab a helmet, grab some pillows, grab the mattress off the bed as you're running into your safe spot, and bring me with you. Okay, bring a phone, bring a laptop, bring a anything like that, and it'll be useful even if the power goes out a lot of times, as long as you got charged batteries on it. So anyways, back to our coverage here. We do think that we have a tornado down over here near Thompson, Georgia, and we also think we still think we have a tornado down here near Jackson.
A new tornado watch has been issued,
and we just got a new tornado watch. We'll look at that right here in a second. But we might still have a tornado down here near Jackson, Georgia. Take shelter if you're in Sherwood Forest, Fincherville, Stewart, or Leadmore in Georgia. And then also one of our more impressive looking storms is down here to the south, where it just went through Blue Springs, and now it's heading up towards Texasville and Edgefield, where we might still have a tornado down with this one as well. Whew. All right. This one's hard to watch. Obviously, we're dealing with a little bit of a radar hole problem over here. Again, but definitely if we're in Thompson, we need to keep our heads up on that one. My phone's blowing up. Yeah. Yeah, we've been going since, when did we start? 10 a.m. Eastern. It's now almost 5 p.m. Here's some more imagery of the damage in Selma via drone from Kenneth Martin. Significant damage there. I do still think that this went on the north side of town. I think that a lot of this down here, from what I can tell, obviously there's still damage. I see like roofs torn off of this house. There's debris backing through here. Actually, you know what?
A new tornado warning
That
has
actually
been
looks
issued.
pretty bad. I thought that those houses were intact. Yeah, so this is pretty much the path of the tornado right here. Dang.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's bad. Okay, so we just got a couple new tornado warnings. Let's take a look at those. One of them is for the storm south of Eufaula. This is a continuation of the warning that we've been watching down here. Brad Arnold's actually getting close to this one, so we'll keep a very close eye on this. But this storm is likely still trying to produce or is producing a tornado near Texasville, Alabama, moving up towards Edgefield and Pleasant Hill. So take shelter now. This is going to continue to be a problem. The storm isn't going anywhere. Up here south of Atlanta, with our storm that went through Griffin earlier, we still got a tornado warning up here near Jenkinsburg and McMichael Crossroads. The rotation looks a lot less serious now, but there's probably still a tornado in and around this area. So even if there's not, though, this giant Boeing segment tells me that there's a lot of strong damaging winds. So we want to be in our safe spot in Sherwood Forest and Stewart as well. And then we're also looking at this storm over here near Thompson. And then one of the newest warnings, you got to be kidding me, it is behind the line. Really? Look at that. A tornado warning way back here in Alabama, behind the line for a definitely respectable couplet here near Schrader, Eider, Flat Rock, and Gann Crossroads. So there you go. That's also another very strange, weird thing that's happening here. A lot of times in a situation like this, the line of storms, once it moves through, it sweeps away most of the nadir juice. Looks like we got a little bit of it left over up here, at least enough to sparks potential tornadoes with these storms back here. So now we have to also, not only are we watching the storms in the line and in front of the line, we have to watch these storms behind the line. What's going to happen now with these storms back here in the cold core section of the storm? We've got to watch that. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, that cell is actually on the ground now. There's a TDS on it, right, just to the north of Rosalie. I honestly, I'm stunned too. I did say that, you know, Atlanta might be fine for the tornado risk for the rest of the night, but even meteorologists can be wrong in a now casting scenario. Just another thing to add to what blows my mind for today. So I really hope that, you know, everyone continues to pay attention. I wouldn't just not be weather aware. If once things pass through after a day like this, I would be on high alert and like walking after a marathon, right? So I apologize for that personally. And I do hope that we're able to continue to provide good service here for these storms in the back.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. And I think that, I mean, nobody's going to sit here and tell you that you should have saw that one coming, because everything that's happening today is weird, y'all. Like, I'm just going to be honest with you. Like this, it just ended up being a little bit more dynamic than what I think we thought it was going to be. There's a lot more things in place that allowed this to happen. And here we are now, we're talking about tornadoes in the cold core, that part of the storm behind the cold front. This is just blowing my mind right now. But anyways, there is a tornado here, and we've got to get to shelter. If you live in Flat Rock, you probably don't care about the science and the weirdness of it. You just care about like what's going on. So here, let me tell you. Schrader, Flat Rock, Yorks Mill, Fairview, Deerhead Cove, Gann Crossroad, all you guys are in the path of a tornadic producing supercell storm. This is also going to have hail, more than likely, almost certainly going to have hail back here. And now we've got the possibility for a tornado. So you want to take shelter, you want to get indoors, and we also now have to really start paying attention to these storms in Tennessee, in Alabama, even in central and eastern Tennessee. These are going to continue to possibly produce new tornadoes as we go forward, which is just really unfortunate, to say the very least. More rotation still picking up down here near Edgefield in Alabama. We've got a tornado warning that goes all the way out to Pleasant Hill, Scottsboro Crossroads, Coates, Otho, and White Oak in Alabama. That's one of the more impressive looking cells right now. You can very clearly see the rotation here at the bottom of the storm. This is either producing a tornado now or it's getting ready to. Additionally, the storm down here in south of Atlanta is it's trying its best to form a couplet and continue to produce a tornado down here near Fincherville. But right now, things seem to be falling apart with this storm. The backwards C shape here, everybody in front of this is likely going to be dealing with damaging winds, but right back here, we have to watch for the potential for a resurgence or maybe a new tornado to form in this area. So that's something that we have to watch there. We're still watching that storm over here near Thompson. No warning for it yet, but I think that's probably one of the areas that we need to focus on is going to be over here near Schrader, where we think we have a tornado over here as well. So it's absolutely crazy what's going on right now. Let me show you some of this video that James Spann has shared on Twitter here. This is from White City in Watauga County, west of I-65, earlier this afternoon. So this is when one of those big tornadoes was just forming. The photo or the video is from Daniel McCord. This guy is too close to just be standing there and filming. But that's Watauga County is one of the places that got hit very hard by this tornado. And this looks like this was in the beginning stages of one of the resurgences of the rotation after one of the very many recycling periods that we saw. Cross Point Church, west of Selma, along Alabama Route 22, took significant damage from this tornado. Very significant damage. Ingalls Harbor. Oh, wow. Very significant damage there as well. I appreciate y'all sending me this stuff, by the way. Remember, feel free to tag me. Make sure you're tagging the National Weather Service, too. By the way, we had a new tornado watch issued, and I said I was going to show it, but we got interrupted by several tornadoes. Here it is. A lot of northwestern South Carolina is under a tornado watch now. That includes Columbia, Lancaster, Greenville, Anderson, and Greenwood. Also, Charlotte, North Carolina is under a tornado watch as well. And this goes all the way out until 10 p.m., y'all. So you might be watching a 12-hour stream here, as we are going to stay with you for as long as we need to. But I don't think we can go over 12 hours. One, because YouTube, well, actually, we got booted off YouTube anyway, so we could actually go for as long as we wanted to. But, we're human. Andy said it's already been 24 hours since he slept, so he's got to do something at some point. But we will at least go until it seems like the threat's winding down. So that's what we're going through here. Really quickly, obviously we still got ongoing tornado warnings, so I don't want to get too off on a tangent. But we've got a lot of people filtering in and out. Just in case you didn't know, if you look here. You see Chris Hall, Storm Chaser Chris Hall in Campbell County, Kentucky. He's going south, all right? And he's actually on the interstate, and he's headed towards Selma in Alabama. And what he's going to do is he's going to help me help the y'all squad show up. So he's going to get down there. He's going to talk to emergency officials. He's going to talk to local fire departments. He's going to figure out who needs help, who needs what. and we are going to just help them out. And the reason I'm telling you about that right now is just to let you know that you can help me help Chris help them out. And you can do that by going to shopryanhall.com. And like any revenue that we make from that site today is going to go towards this. And we've got a sticker at the top of the page that you can pick your price on, and it'll just add to the pocketbook, son. And I've literally spoken about this just 3 times during this stream briefly. And look at that. We've already got $24,000 in the pot, son. Help us get to like 30 or 40. You guys saw the damage, and you'll see the videos that I'll post whenever this is over. We're just going to go down there, and we're just going to spend that money in whatever way helps us help people, all right? And like, people got car insurance, people have got all this stuff, but like there's a lot of people who get overlooked. There's a lot of people who don't have this or that. And our goal is just to find unique stories and just help them out while we're down there. So I have to promote that on the stream, or we don't have money. So I know some people don't like it when I do that, but like, come on, we're trying to help people out here. Give me a break. All right. Anyways, we've got a tornado warning up here in northern Alabama. And we've got also continued tornado warnings to the south and east of Atlanta and in southern Alabama. Let's take a look at the one over here closest to, let's see, Atlanta right now near Sherwood Forest. What do we got here? Yeah, we still got an incredible amount of rotation out here. This storm is almost certainly still causing damage. Is it still producing a tornado? I don't know. I don't, maybe, probably, but it doesn't really matter because this storm is definitely producing damage, tornado-like damage, whether you're getting a tornado or not. This is a very strong storm with damaging winds. So please take shelter in Sherwood Forest and Stewart, and we'll let you know what to do next as we continue to watch these new storms pop up. This was earlier from Jackson, Georgia. That's one of the tornadoes that we saw out there. And these things have just been big, man. I'm telling you, this is January 12th. A lot of these pictures, if it wasn't for like the dead trees, if it wasn't for like the leafless trees in some of these pictures, I would not believe you that they were from January. I'd be like, that's got to be from April or March or something like that. But no, these are big time tornadoes. Let's see here. The LaGrange tornado was right outside my workplace's front door. It ate the heck out of LaGrange. Well, hey, the one, I'm glad that you're okay. And obviously, as we hear more new stories and
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Testimonies like that from people who live out here in these areas, we will start relaying those because I think it's important that we relay the news on top of the forecast. New tornado warning. This one goes all the way up to Madison. All the way up to Madison in Georgia. Okay. So now we're going to continue to watch this storm as it goes all the way up past Shadydale, Newborn, and into Madison across Interstate 20 over the next little bit. Kathy or KDP says insurance can also take months. The Y'all Squad helps now with immediate needs. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it too. There's a lot of different organizations and people that are probably going to be down there helping. We're just trying to find like unique aspects in ways to jump in there that other people aren't going to do, So we're definitely not trying to take over the Red Cross or like, we're not trying to be a replacement for any of that. We're just trying to do good stuff because like we're all here together. You guys are willing to help me do it. So why not? Okay. So we do have a new chaser on the roster in Georgia right now. What is that? 6? Yeah. Christopher Jackson in Georgia. I think that we should be able to talk to him. So I'll ping him a couple times and see if we can't get his live location on there. And yeah, we can. Hey, Chris, we're looking at you on YouTube here, and we just wanted to say hi, let you know that we've pulled you up, and then also just get an update from you, what your plans are, where you're headed, and what you think's going to happen as the rest of the day goes. So this is Storm Chaser Chris Jackson.
Good to talk to you, man. Yeah, so on I-20 eastbound, currently just east of Thompson, Georgia. About to get off on the next exit up here and head north up through Appling, and then I'm going to cross over back into South Carolina near the Clark Seal Reservoir, the actual dam for the reservoir. Just had a close encounter with a tornado outside of Mayfield, Georgia, just maybe 1 or 2 miles outside of town. Saw a bunch of tree debris, but thankfully there's no houses out there, so didn't see any structural damage. So trying to catch back up to the storm. Should be back on here in about 15 or 20 minutes or so.
All right. Thank you, Chris, for that. And we're going to keep up with him and all of our other chasers as we continue to watch this very dangerous storm unfold here. Looks like we've got Brett Adair, who's in Dallas County, Alabama, giving us a view of some of the damage out there. So I don't know exactly where he is. I guess he's probably in Selma or close to Selma. And you can see that there's a lot of damage there, a lot of damage. And unfortunately, we will probably see more damage today as these storms continue to progress off to the east. Currently got a big velocity, or big rotating part of the storm here near White Oak. And that's going to move off towards Rick's Place and Coates and Screamer in Georgia over the next, that's in Alabama. It's moving towards Rick's Place in Georgia. And then also over here towards our storm, south and east of Atlanta, this area of rotation has let up just a tiny little bit, but I definitely don't want to let our guard down. I think that this definitely could produce a new tornado here as it comes up towards Newborn, Pennington, and Madison in Georgia. All right, so we're going to be watching this thing all the way until it gets done passing through those areas. And then let's check in on our storm up here in northeastern Alabama. It originally showed some promise, and it looks to me like it has died out a lot. So that's good news. But we really do have to continue to watch these storms now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to continue to be a problem. We got a new tornado warning for Lincoln County, Georgia, and Edgefield County, South Carolina. Would you look at that? Way out yonder here. This is the storm that Andy called out to us earlier near Thompson that looked like it was getting ready to produce a tornado. Now it's getting ready to do it again, and it's over here getting ready to cross the border between South Carolina and Georgia. So Parkersville and Plum Branch, y'all are under a tornado warning. Get to shelter now. I'm going to zoom in on that. I'm interested in what that looks like on radar. There you go. Yep. Big time rotational couplet. If there's a tornado with this one, it's near Winfield right now, and it's going to come up towards Dunn Chapel and then eventually up towards Modoc in South Carolina. So once again, I hope that everybody is taking shelter. And I really, I hope that the word's getting out, because boy, has this been one of the most impressive severe weather days that this part of the world has seen in a long time. And yeah, I just hope nobody's getting caught off guard out there. Super awesome job today, though, by the National Weather Service. I think that these warnings have been some of the most efficient and fastest and just most expertly placed that I've seen. So these guys, these offices specifically, especially Birmingham and all these places, they just do a really incredible job with the warning issuance, which is what ultimately ends up saving lives. Can you go over the North Carolina threat? The North Carolina threat is a little bit less than the South Carolina threat. There's definitely going to be some strong winds and some severe weather up here. Charlotte, for example, is under a tornado watch. What's going to happen though is, all the tornado juice, all the nadir juice is down here, right? Now it's trying to go this way. All right. It's going to try to follow this channel here up to the north and east, but this cold front is going to crash into it and eventually eat it all up.
A new tornado warning has been issued. I think
that's going to happen a lot before most of these storms make it into North Carolina. I could be wrong. I've been wrong a lot today. These storms have been surprising the crap out of me. So don't take my word for it. Just be hyper weather aware and keep track of those warnings and take shelter whenever they're issued, and you'll be fine. Laid back, thank you so much for the super chat. Growing apprehension, thank you for the very generous super chat. You guys don't have to do that. Thank you. Oh, wow. Here's Sevierville, Tennessee. Tree damage in Sevierville, Tennessee. This is exactly what we were talking about right before that happened. With those trees, man. I'm sure that there's a lot of trees down in that part of the world right now. Our storm down here that's just now crossing between Alabama and Georgia south of Eufaula is still producing a very impressive rotating area. That's that latest warning that you just saw issued there. This now includes Hatcher and Watson Crossroads and Moore's Crossroads and Rick's Place in Georgia as that storm continues to move from Alabama into Georgia. Brad Arnold's on it. He'll be able to give us a picture of it here soon. The storm up here that went through Griffin and is now going through like Shadydale and these places. The rotation on this has let up a lot. So I'm hoping that this is now a linear wind threat, but we still got the tornado warning for Madison, Georgia. So stay in your safe spot until that's allowed to expire. That's pretty much what's going on here. Getting awfully cold on the backside. Lots of cold air coming in. And, we've had tornado warnings today in Atlanta, Georgia. We've had tornado warnings today in Tennessee and in Alabama. Tomorrow, it may snow. That's crazy. And we'll talk more about that here in a minute. Or whenever we can. Whenever there's not a lot of other things happening. These storms were furious in Hodgenville, Kentucky this AM. Oh, yeah. Even before I was live, this was overperforming. There was a lot of damage in Kentucky with some of these tornadoes. Peachtree, Georgia. Taylor sent this in. Thank you so much, Taylor, for sending this in. But there you go. Big down trees there near Peachtree City, Georgia. That was taken around 4:15 p.m. Whoa. Holy smokes, guys. This is Hobby Lobby. This is tornado damage from the Hobby Lobby in Griffin. Just now seeing this. That's good. You really hope nobody was in there because that roof, those beams, especially from right here, notice how you've got a beam here, got a beam here, you got a beam here. Oh, there's like 4 or 5 missing right through here. Those fell. So, yeah, that's not good. Significant damage in Griffin, Georgia. We're also hearing reports that people may be trapped in Griffin, Georgia, in some debris. The supercell that spawned the Selma tornado originated in southern Mississippi. And it wasn't on the ground for the entire time, but it was respawning tornadoes for over 100 miles. 149 miles. Here's a video from Diane from Lincolnton, Georgia. Looks like some heavy rain there. Sorry, I'm absorbing the information here. I really appreciate you guys tagging me and stuff and sharing stuff with me. It's a lot to absorb. Fish news. This is from around Selma earlier today. Yeah, we currently have 4 tornado warnings right now. And I'm going to take you through them one by one. And show you where I think the most concerning ones are and all that good stuff. So let's do that now. Down here, okay, let's zoom out. Let me really show you where we are. All right, down here in southeastern Alabama and southwestern Georgia, we just had a potential tornado cross the border over the lake there, the Walter George Reservoir, I guess. Yeah, and that's going to continue to move up towards Crossroads. We've got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold near Eufaula, who is giving us a view of that. You can see his feet above my head. If there's a tornado or anything like that, we will see it through him. There's a lot of rotation here, so I wouldn't be surprised. Also, coming off to the north and east a little bit, we've still got this tornado warning for Madison and Buckhead and Pennington and Reese in Georgia. I am not very impressed by the rotation up here anymore. What I'm more concerned about really in Madison is damaging winds. This is going to bring some really gusty damaging winds into the area. Tornado or not, it's going to cause damage. You're going to want to stay in your safe spot. Now, we've got this storm coming into South Carolina, and this one looks very concerning. It's got a big rotational couplet on it. The Modoc subdivision and Modoc, you guys have got to get to shelter now. Parksville, Plum Branch, Bunsen, Crossroads, you guys have to get to shelter now. And that's Plum Branch in South Carolina. Anytime I say branch, and especially Plum, my Eastern Kentucky comes out. I don't know if you guys heard that or not. I said Plum Branch. Yeah. Which that's probably how you guys say it too. So there you go. It's getting ready to head up towards Plum Branch. But seriously, you guys are on the northern side. So it does look like maybe the more intense part of the storm will go off to your south. But we still want you in your safe spot all the way over to Brunson Crossroads. It's pouring in Columbus. Yeah, this is a big storm. It's pouring the rain in Pittsburgh. It's getting ready to pour the rain in New York City. It's pouring the rain in Toronto, Canada. And it's all associated with the same storm system that's bringing heavy rain to Florida and tornadoes to South Carolina. Some more more images from Selma. Significant damage in Selma. For some of the reports that I'm hearing, it sounds like some of the places just outside of Selma and to the north and east actually received worse damage, which is crazy because some of the stuff we've seen from Selma has been really bad. But I'm hoping, anyways, that we don't hear. I'm hoping that the downtown, like the biggest part of Selma, was at least for the most part spared. So here's what I'm talking about. This is coming from Rockford County, or south of Rockford, I should say. This looks worse. This is associated with that same storm, but I believe after it hit Selma. Here is Irish Thunder's Lake House at Lake Martin in Dadeville, Alabama. Pretty significant damage there. And this is our storm getting ready to move into South Carolina right now that still has a rotational couplet on it. So we're going to keep on tracking it. Do we still have meteorologist Andy Hill with us? All right. Andy, I know it's been a long time since you slept. I just wanted to be open with you and tell you that if you need to leave at any time and sleep, you are free to do so. But you just let me know.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I hope I have helped enough today to warrant that, because I was just having some micro sleeps there for a second.
Yeah, you absolutely have. Guys, everybody say thank you to Andy. Like you've been awesome today, and I don't know what we'd do without you, but we need you to sleep. So let's make sure that happens. All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, and we will talk to you very soon. Go get some shut eye. All right, everybody say thank you to Andy. Big round of applause, like theoretically in the chat. Let's just get it going really fast with a bunch of thank you Andys, and then let's dive back into just tracking these storms once again. What this is probably going to turn into is at some point, like obviously we still got tornado warnings. We're going to continue to track those. We're going to continue to, update you on that. But I also want to really get into some of the news about what's happened with these tornadoes. So we're going to start relaying a lot more of that information as well. Lots of thank you, Andys. Oh, look at this. This is from Athens, Georgia. This is from Harrison Bagley. Dang. See, there's no tornado there, but that's still very strong, damaging winds. Another shot of the tornado near Selma. Crazy to see tornadoes, in situations like this where it's January. It's kind of like a hilly terrain, some small hills. It's just nuts. Looks oddly similar to the thumbnail on this live stream, which was generated automatically by a computer. Hold on. Wow. There's a lot of videos of this thing coming out. This was just moments ago out there in Alabama. All right, let's continue to look at these storms and just kind of show you what's going on with them, what's going to happen next. As of right now, there is no confirmed tornado on the ground anywhere. However, we are pretty curious about this storm over here in South Carolina near Modoc. So we're going to continue to watch it. We've got storm chaser Chris Jackson really close to it. He's in Meriwether, South Carolina, moving up north towards Modoc. So if he sees a tornado, he'll be able to let us know. But right now, you're under a tornado warning in Parksville, so take shelter. Let's come back down here. Our only other tornado warning that we have is back here in southern Georgia, southwestern Georgia. This includes Crossroads and Morris. And guess what? Our other storm chaser is right on it. I mean, literally, I don't think that there's anywhere else that you can get coverage like that. We've got there's a storm chaser in South Carolina in a completely different market on a storm in a completely different warning area. And, we're on it. And then you got Brad Arnold down here and also just a very completely different zone. And, we're able to cover both of them. So very, very thankful to have the storm chasers on the team and to be able to use them to help us tell you what's going on out there. Right now, neither of them are telling me that there's a tornado that they can see. That's a good sign, but we want to stay in our safe spots regardless. Alicia says, "Hi, my parents told me about you. Any news from Dunwoody, Georgia?" I haven't heard anything yet, but as soon as we hear something, we will let you know. And we're going to be on the air here for a while. And I'm hoping that there's going to be a decrease in the amount of tornado warnings that we have to cover, and we'll kind of focus and shift towards a news and recap kind of situation. But until then, I just have to make sure that we're paying really close attention to the warnings and the radar data as it comes in. Brandley Dixon says, "Ryan, I just wanted to thank you. Listening to your stream saved me from running into the Selma tornado as it crossed Interstate 65. I pulled off before it got too close. The RV that was in front of me flipped over further down the road where the tornado crossed." Well, Bradley, I am so thankful that you're okay. And once again, I'm glad that we were able to help in that way. I hate that you were in that situation to begin with, but I'm very happy to hear that. Thanks for letting me know. And you didn't have to do you didn't have to do that. Thank you for the support. Chris Jackson is on the storm that's going into Modoc, and he's got a picture of it here on Twitter. I'm retweeting this right now. That's what it looks like. You know what that looks like to me? It looks like a storm that's getting ready to produce a tornado. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, so Chris Jackson is very close to this storm. And this is what it looks like from the base. This is the South Carolina storm. This is the one that's heading up towards Miller's Crossroads, Brunson Crossroads, and Cleora. So take shelter now. Obviously, it's not producing a tornado right now, but look at that thing. It's about to. This is the Griffin, Georgia Walmart. Look at that. Just the cars flipped over in the parking lot. Griffin, Georgia, I think we're going to start seeing a lot of more damage reports coming out of. That was when we were looking at just the absolutely insane velocity values. And like me and Andy, neither one had like any idea what was going on, but we just knew that something crazy was happening there. That's what we're starting to see the damage indicators from that now. This is a picture of the Selma, Alabama tornado from earlier today. Very strong tornado with a horizontal vortex wrapping around it, a little tentacle coming out of the tornado. That's how you know, like, that was a bad one. But look at how similar it looks to this. This is the New Orleans tornado of March 2022, another extremely strong tornado. And this one, the infamous Tuscaloosa tornado of April 2011. Anytime you see the little tentacles coming out of the tornadoes, like it sounds ridiculous, but like that's when you know you're on another level. Dollar Tree in Griffin, Georgia. I'm telling you, Griffin, Georgia got hit hard. And I don't even know if it was by a tornado. It was just by a giant wall of wind that spawned a bunch of tornadoes on the outside of the boundary that it created. We have been going now for, how long has this one been going? Does it say? Well, I guess I can, 10, what is it? We've been going for 7 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah. By the way, if you are just now tuning in, you don't know who I'm talking to over there. You see my hand waving down here in the bottom right. You see, that's Carly. Carly's helping me with production and changing the lights and changing the scenes and just taking a little bit of the weight off of me. I usually have 8 computer monitors in front of me, and I'm like looking all over the place. But now I only have 4, and Carly has 6. That works out. Another one from Griffin, Georgia. This is coming in from Zachary Pearson. Thanks, Zach. I'm telling you, Griffin got hit hard. And the rain's picking up here again. Yep. Another round of rain is moving through my neck of the woods. Lots of little storms popping up around Nashville, point south towards Huntsville. A lot of these are going to have small hail with them. Temperature got up to 70 degrees today. It's currently 54. Temperature is going to drop rapidly. Oh, this is a new Carly. Carly, won't you show yourself so everybody knows what who I'm referring to whenever we refer to Carly. This is producer Carly. We had a Carly a while back, and now we have a new Carly. This is actually my sister. So yeah, it's super huge help to have Carly on the stream here. So that's awesome. That's who I keep looking over here and talking to. if you didn't know. All right. So we're continuing to look at these videos and pictures as they come in. Lots of damage reports starting to come in. We've got Chris Hall, who's in Knox County, Tennessee. He's on his way south to Selma, Alabama, to try to help us, do some Y'all Squad relief stuff. So there's a lot going on. So you guys are just going to see all this unfold as we continue to stream here. But something that's interesting is we are down to two. We are down to two tornado warnings, and I just really want to zoom in on them and see if we're seeing any kind of rapid intensification or anything. This one over here is going to continue to be a problem, man. This is the one that Chris Jackson is on, and his feed is above my head there. This storm is going to continue to try to produce a tornado as it comes up towards Bunsen or Brunson crossroads. So just make sure you're ready for that and you're not letting your guard down. But right now, it doesn't look like there's any tornado down with that. Okay, now we're down to one tornado warning, I think. I think they allowed the warning down here where Brad is to expire. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Brad is currently in the tornado warning. He's right underneath where the tornado would be or where the tornado warning was. But as you can see, no tornado there. So, yeah, things are, for at least a brief period of time, it looks like things are kind of calming down a little bit. But of course, we will continue to see new developments as time goes on. Most importantly, we're going to watch this one over here because that's a pretty strong couplet right there. That cell that caused the Selma tornado was warned for 11 hours from Bassfield, Mississippi, at 7 a.m. to Central Georgia at 5 p.m. Yeah, it was pretty nuts. Would not surprise me at all if we've got a developing tornado here near Brunson Crossroads. Maybe if we can switch it back to Brad in number one until Chris comes back. More tornado damage in Griffin. Some of the most images that I'm seeing right now are coming out of Griffin, which is interesting. Sorry, I'm being silent. I'm just trying to absorb as much of this information as possible. There is significant damage across Tallapoosa, Coosa, and Elmore County due to the tornado warned storm earlier. This photo is from Cliff Williams. That is very significant damage there. I think that Elmore and like Tallapoosa and Dallas counties are going to be some of the hardest hit areas.
A new tornado warning
All right,
has been
so we got a
issued.
new tornado warning for Edgefield, McCormick, and Saluda County, South Carolina. This is going to be a continuation of the warning that we're seeing right here. So it'll be interesting to see where that polygon shows up. As soon as it shows up, I'll go over it. But this is likely going to include Meeting Street, South Carolina. So go ahead and take shelter. Here's a pretty crazy video of the Selma tornado as it was near the Walmart. That thing was huge. Yeah, so there's that new polygon right here. And that does include Saluda, South Carolina. Take shelter now. You're under a tornado warning. That's the only tornado warning that we have right now. Chris Jackson's on it, but we don't have an update from him, so I can't tell you what it looks like from his perspective. But from my perspective, it doesn't look that impressive at this very moment. Still want to take shelter, obviously, but the rotation has died down a little bit here. So let's take this opportunity to really quickly go through the forecast. What y'all say? What's the rest of today going to look like? Into tonight and into tomorrow. Tons of people are curious, I know. So let's take a look at it. The time is always going to be available for you to look at up there at the top of the screen in Eastern. This is what the radar looks like pretty much right now. We got some stronger storms moving through, Georgia, down into southeastern Alabama. They're starting to move into South Carolina and North Carolina. We got that secondary line forming back here. This one's going to be less severe. This one's going to be more severe. And then, of course, we just have a lot of rain up here in the Northeast, heavy rain at times. So let's push this forward. What's the radar going to look like at 9 p.m. tonight? Well, the storms have moved to the east quite a bit. They're past Augusta, Georgia. They're past Albany. Down here in Florida, they're all the way up to Tallahassee pretty much. The storms are knocking on the door of Columbia, South Carolina. They're past Charlotte at this point, past Greensboro. And they're even moving into Richmond, Virginia. The farther north you go, pretty much north of Charlotte, I think the tornado threat's very low. There's still going to be some lingering tornado threat down here, I think, but it's going to be low. After these supercellular storms kind of merge with the main line, the tornado threat goes down significantly. But those storms are going to continue.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're going to check on that right here in a second. But those storms are going to continue all the way through Raleigh, all the way through the entire state of South Carolina. They're going to exit near Myrtle Beach, all the way through Georgia. But after, let's say, 10 p.m. tonight, they're going to weaken quite a bit. So we're not going to be here after. I'm not going to be live after 10 p.m. because the storms are going to be, they could still be strong at times, but they will be weakening quite a bit. And look at this. Look at how weird this is. See these storms popping up out here in the middle of the ocean? Those are kind of like in the perfect position for tornadic activity. So almost certainly there's going to be some huge water spouts, some wedge tornadoes out there in the middle of the ocean tonight into the early morning hours on Friday. So if you know any fish, make sure you let them know. But otherwise, all we're seeing is a bunch of rain up here in the Northeast. The severe weather threat really dies down. But anyways, what is this? What's all this back here? You seeing this? What are these snakes? What is that? Let me show you something. I'm going to turn on the precipitation type here. And I want you to watch. You see the blue? That's snow. So this low pressure center is so strong that it's going to kick up to the north and east. All this warm air over here is causing the severe weather, and all this cold air is going to come down this way and produce a little northwest flow action, some lake-enhanced snow. So a lot of the moisture is going to get lofted back around the low-pressure center. It's going to pick up some additional moisture off the lakes, and we're going to see snow squalls and snow bands starting at around 11 p.m. tonight in Illinois and Indiana. And then check it out. We're going to see possibly some heavy snow in Ohio around 4 a.m. this morning or tomorrow morning. We're going to see some of that snow even start to break out around Knoxville in the morning. We just had a tornado out here. Okay, we just had a severe thunderstorm. We have severe weather damage in a lot of these areas, and now less than 12 hours from now, pretty much, it's going to be snowing. Heavy snow at times. These are going to be like little thunderstorms. Okay, but instead of rain, it's snow. Also, we got the intermittent snow squalls making it all the way down into Birmingham, Alabama, maybe. Intermittent heavy snow back here through Nashville. Now, it's very unlikely that anybody sees like several inches of snow from this, but it's going to be significant. There's going to be this is the kind of stuff that usually causes bad traffic accidents, because look at how skinny these bands of snow are. If you're driving in Bloomington, Indiana, you're going across the road here, and then boom, you hit this wall of snow. It's a blizzard. It's a blizzard. And like the road's covered in snow. And it just came out of nowhere. And then somebody's coming this way. They hit the same thing. It's not snowing on either side of that. It's like a normal day. And that's very detrimental to travel. So I just wanted to let everybody know this and just how crazy this is. By the way, even Atlanta, Georgia, I think you guys are going to see some heavy snow or intermittent flurries at least, as these snow squall bands continue to work over the same areas. It's just going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. If you live in the Appalachian Mountains, if you live in Gatlinburg, Knoxville, if you live in eastern Kentucky, up in the mountains of West Virginia, this actually probably will leave several inches for some of you, especially in the higher elevations. But for the rest of us, we're just talking about just crazy, random on and off snow showers throughout the whole day, right after tornadoes. That lasts, shoot, son, that lasts for a while. Look at this. Maybe snow making it all the way down to Montgomery. You kidding me? Dang. So yeah, that's just another thing to show you how dynamic this storm actually is. How long will the snow bands last? So the times up there at the top. Looks like the peak snow for a lot of people in like Kentucky and the Ohio Valley is going to be like 9 a.m. tomorrow, but to like 2 p.m. And then peak for Tennessee is going to be like 2 p.m. to like 4 p.m. And then really we're going to see it continue all the way down into Alabama until 10 p.m. tomorrow, Atlanta 10 p.m. tomorrow. Things really start to die out though around 4 a.m. on Saturday morning. So the whole day tomorrow, it's going to be Snowtown, baby, for intermittently several places throughout the Ohio Valley and into the southeast.
What's it say?
Don't be scared, be prepared.
Yeah.
You're asking a lot of.
All right, what's your shirt say? What's it say?
Don't be scared, be
I love it.
prepared.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's super cute. Who is that? That's Missy. Missy, thank you so much for sending that in. And to, I'm assuming that's your son, whatever, whoever that is, you're awesome. Thanks for supporting the merch. Don't be scared. Be prepared. That's awesome. All right. So that was a look at the forecast. Now, let's come back over here and take a look at what's going on with the radar, because we have more areas of interests that are popping up. That's weird. What is that? Wait, what? Where's Andy when you need him? Somebody wake Andy up. What is going on over here? Okay, so like you guys are seeing this, right? There's nothing. And then there's a pretty intense rotational area right here. This is likely an artifact of the radar coverage. Obviously, we are having a lot of interference in this area right around the Appalachian Mountains along the foothills here. So I'm going to switch to the Greenville radar, and we're going to inspect the storm from that angle. But we do have a tornado warning out there for Lawrence County, South Carolina. One of the weirder looking tornado warnings I've seen, to be fair though. Oh, of course that radar is down. Okay, well, let's just assume that there's just some feedback problems here. At least we've got a good view on the velocity. Here near Reno and Stomp Springs, we could have a tornado developing here. It's going to go across Highway 72 and move up towards Shady Grove. DSP radar is out. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So we could have a developing tornado here. If you're in Shady Grove, Stomp Springs, or Reno, please take shelter now. DSP radar is down till February. Man, I feel bad for the team that planned that. You know that there was a lot of people who sat down. There was a lot of people who sat down around a round table, scientists, meteorologists, important people. They sat down and they said, we need to work on this radar. When makes the most sense? And everybody did their calculations. And their mega brains came up with, of course, January, right? Like that's when we don't need to look for tornadoes usually, right? And then boom, this happens. That's got to sting. Well, that's nobody's fault. Obviously, nobody needs to get fired over that one. Mother Nature needs to get fired over that one. But we are under a tornado warning out here, so hopefully we're getting in our safe spots all the way up to Shady Grove. KCAE is what I'm looking at right now. It's fine. It's just not seeing the storm very well on reflectivity. And it's all right though. We've got the velocity and we've got the polygon. We've just got to respect them. We still do have a tornado warning for Saluda, but I'm not seeing much of anything to be concerned about there. Oh, it wasn't planned. Okay, I did not know that. So never mind. The GSP radar being down was not planned. Yep. Thank you, James. Be prepared, not scared. Today is a perfect day to explain why I say that so often. Don't be scared, be prepared. You know how many people were scared today? In the middle of these tornadoes, and obviously rightfully so. Like, it's hard not to be scared in a situation like that. But you know how many people were more scared than they should have been because they weren't prepared? Like, if you're under a tornado warning, if you look out your window and you see a tornado and you don't know, if you've never thought about it before, if you're just like if this is a novel experience to you, you're going to be so scared you make wrong decisions, you make rash decisions, you get emotional, you don't do the right thing, and then a lot of times you get hurt. If you are prepared, if you've got a tornado action plan, if you know what you're going to do before that ever happens, yeah, you're still going to be scared, but at least you don't have to come up with a plan while you're scared. Instead, you already have the plan in place and you just follow the steps. So don't be scared. Be prepared is all about getting an action plan together now with you and your family, so that in that situation where hopefully it never happens, but when you do look out your window and you see the tornado coming, or if you're watching my stream and I call out your town name and I pronounce it wrong, you know what you're going to do. And you're not scared. You're not freaking out. And your odds of survival, your odds of getting through that for you and your family increase exponentially if you just have a plan. Know where the safest room is. Know where the helmets are. Know where the shoes are and the go bags are. Practice it every once in a while. I get pictures from you guys all the time on Twitter of like families sitting around the TV in the living room watching our stream. Some of you, actually probably a lot of you, are not even in the severe weather zone today. You're watching from Ohio or something like that, which is totally great. That's a great time to practice. When we're watching the Ryan Hall stream, if we're not actually under a tornado warning, the next warning that pops up on screen, kids, everybody get together. We're going to do our tornado action plan. We're going to pretend like it's for us, and we're going to stay in our safe spot until that county is out from the warning. That's actually not a bad idea. I would suggest maybe doing that. But make sure everybody's on the same page with what the tornado action plan is, and everybody knows what they're going to do and all that stuff. Yeah, we got a lot of people watching from all over the U.S. Happy to have all of you here. Thank you for helping me share the stream out there. Thank you for helping me get this in front of people. If it wasn't for you, a lot of the early heads up we were able to give today would have fallen on deaf ears or just not gotten in front of as many people as possible. The fact that I think we had 30 or 40,000 people watching whenever Andy and I came through and talked about the Selma storm well before there was ever a tornado warning issued for it. The fact that happened, you'd have a hard time convincing me that didn't ultimately help somebody in Selma. But it's only happening because of you guys sharing and liking and promoting us in the algorithm and stuff. So it's a huge machine that we have built that is kind of foolproof. You know, the more people that watch, the more exponential our reach is, and the more people that are informed and are taking shelter and stuff. It has to be having a profound effect on the amount of people who are staying safe and uninjured in situations like this. I 100% wholeheartedly believe that. That's why I'm here right now, and that's why this is all happening. So yeah, thank you so much. Here's some photos from earlier from Thompson, Georgia. That's that same storm that Chris was on. This is a very similar angle that he got. Dude, there's actually a lot of radars down in South Carolina right now. So GSP is down, CLX is down, KTLX is down, and KMHX in North Carolina is down. What's going on in the Carolinas? Why are all of our radars down? Come on now. Damage from Coosa County, Alabama. Yeah, if you guys are seeing anything else that's newsworthy, feel free to tag me on Twitter. I'll show it there on live on the air here. If you have videos, pictures, reports from your own hometown or from your front porch that you'd like to send in, send them to me at Ryan Hall y'all on Twitter, and I'll show them here on the air. But please only do that if you can do so safely. And of course, I'm just retweeting all of this stuff that we've been looking at today on my feed. So yeah, just really, really crazy stuff. The Lawrence County, South Carolina tornado warning was allowed to expire. Guys, this is the first time in nearly 8 hours that we have not had a tornado warning. We are tornado warningless right now. In fact, we only have a tornado watch, and we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings, though. My goodness. We've got a tornado watch that's still in effect all the way up into Charlotte, down into Columbia, Augusta, and even down into southwestern Georgia. So this is not over yet. I do believe we will see more tornado warnings. So we're going to sit here and we're going to wait on them. But in the meantime, we are going to kind of hopefully breathe a very quick sigh of relief. Knowing that there's currently no tornadoes on the ground for really the first time in a while during this really unprecedented January tornado outbreak. Chat, how you doing? Lots of lightning. Thank you, Jaws. My daughter is in dance class in North Augusta, South Carolina, and lives in Aiken, South Carolina. Are you concerned of any tornadoes happening out that way? Not as concerned as I have been about some of the areas to the west, but we definitely have to be weather aware until this line of storms gets past you or past Augusta. That's pretty much all I can say about that. We're just going to keep watching and hope for the best. But the threat is going down. It's not over, but it's going down. Dustin, thanks for becoming a slight risker. I appreciate it. And Sky Smith, please check near Smithville, Georgia. Absolutely. Smithville, Georgia. Looks like right now in Smithville, not a whole lot is going on other than a pretty strong storm is coming through. You got a severe thunderstorm warning. Hail up to 1 inch in diameter and 60-mile-an-hour winds is possible as the storm comes through. No tornado expected with this storm right now, but definitely a strong, severe thunderstorm. Nothing that you can't handle, though. Just make sure you're away from windows, and you'll come through that one just fine. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning back here in southern Tennessee. Check it out. Flintville, Huntland, Winchester, Tennessee. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning with one of these random behind the cold front sales that have popped up. I mean, Lord goodness. Do we have a total count on tornadoes yet? No, we do not. That we won't have that for a little while. We will not have that for a little while. Oh, check it out. Take cover now was trending on Twitter. That's awesome. I think that it's kind of, some people kind of cringe at the thought of like caring about what's trending on Twitter. But like, I think that like used to, when there was a tornado warning, the internet didn't care. Like it was never trending on Twitter. Like, but I think that nowadays, and it has a lot to do with you guys, things are changing a lot. Like it's becoming as big of a news event as any other sort of like drama thing that normally goes big on YouTube. And when this happens in the weather realm, it actually saves people's lives. So I'm actually super stoked about the expansion of the attention that weather is getting on the internet. And I know a lot of people don't like Twitter, and like, it's not like, it has nothing to do with anything other than Twitter is the best platform in existence for sharing news. There's nothing that even comes close. Facebook is garbage. All right. YouTube, for the most part, is garbage, unless you're like watching this stream where we utilize a bunch of different, tools to help us formulate a way to streamline it. Facebook's garbage, Snapchat's garbage, Instagram is garbage, Reddit is garbage. When it comes to like rapid fire updates, news, Twitter's where it's at, man. So that's where we put a lot of our resources as far as like what we're watching on social media and where we try to spread the word and stuff. Sorry for the flashing. I can't get it to stop happening whenever I'm resizing that window. So this was from earlier, before I even started the stream today. We was having tornadoes in Kentucky. Confirmed EF1 tornado damage in Harrodsburg and Mercer County, Kentucky this morning. That's significant, to say the least. Yeah, Andy is asleep. Right? Like he's not there, right? Okay, good. No, throw it up. Can it be on the stream? All right. What does he say? Oh, we can't read it all. Read it to us. Okay. All right. Sounds good. And check it out. 4 inches of snow this morning near Jefferson City, Missouri. And Anthony Storm Spotter has measured that snow with his yallometer. That's so cool. Thank you for sending that in. Guys, I know we have like 10,000 yallometers in circulation out there. Y'all are super like ready to use them. Unfortunately, we're talking about tornadoes today. I don't know when it's going to snow. I mean, it's going to snow tomorrow, but it's not going to be like a snowstorm, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I'm a snow lover. And it's been kind of a disappointing winter so far. But we still got all of the latter half of January to go, which doesn't look good because it's going to be warm. But February and March could end up surprising us. 4 yalls of snow, yep. One last call, but before we jump back into the weather here, I don't want to talk about this too much. People... But like, I do want to go ahead and tell you all that thanks to you guys going to shopryanhall.com, shopryanhall.com, we've raised like, I think we've made like $28,000 in sales on these stickers. And basically it's only going to cost like, I don't even know. I guess there's like 1,000 stickers, probably like $500. Yeah, it's probably going to cost like $500 to get 1,000 stickers made or something. So we're going to take all the rest of that money, and Chris Hall's going to go down there, and we're just going to buy stuff for people. Hey, you need a generator? Gotcha. You need food? Gotcha. You need this moved here? You need help cutting that tree in half? Let's go get you a chainsaw. It's on us. It's on the Y'all Squad. So thank y'all so much for helping us do that. I think that's super cool. Normally, somebody covering the weather and talking about tornadoes would just talk about the tornadoes and then move on. I find it hard to do that. So we try to stick around after the tornado happens and help out as much as we can. And we couldn't do that, once again, without y'all. That's why it's called the Y'all Squad. So thank you so much. If you guys want to help add to that number, get us over $30,000 to help people down there, go to shopryanhall.com. Stickers don't cost $2 each. Well, that would be $2,000. I'm assuming that they're going to cost about 50 cents each because they're pretty big. They're like that big. I don't know. It doesn't really even matter. You know what? We won't even count that. We'll just send it all down there. How about that? It don't matter to me. Three confirmed tornadoes in Kentucky this morning. Is the Ryan Hall y'all store sold out of weather radios? Yes. Yeah, that's something that we're having a really hard time keeping in. Y'all are going nuts over the weather radios. I'm pretty sure that the Ryan Hall y'all store is the #1 like seller of weather radios in America. Because we keep buying like even like the manufacturer's main distribution area, we keep buying them out. And they're like, we ain't got no more. So that's awesome. Another thing that we're doing to help make people more weather aware. A lot of people didn't even know that was a thing. Because it kind of seems like old archaic technology, but it's actually kind of like our best line of defense still. Whenever you don't have like internet and you're not like watching somebody like me, having a weather radio wake you up in the middle of the night and explaining the storm and the situation to you is life-saving. Will you be streaming tomorrow morning? No, I don't think so. I think I'm going to just go out and play in the snow. And then very briefly. And then I'll either be heading down. Oh, I think we got a new tornado warning.
A new
There we go.
tornado warning.
We got
has
a
been
tornado
issued.
warning for Lincoln County and Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. And would you look at that? That's just to the north of Charlotte. And oh boy, we're going to have a hard time seeing that one, ain't we? Why does every radar have to be down right now? So I think we're using this terminal radar here, and this is what we're noticing. This little dangly bit right here. That is potentially where our new tornado is here in North Carolina, to the north and west of Charlotte. Now, if I look at the velocity, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but we're definitely seeing a strong line of thunderstorms with damaging winds moving into the Stanley area. And there's a kink. Remember those kinks. That's never a good sign. That's room. That's an area for inflow to come in, undercut this, and then start the rotation. And that's what the National Weather Service is likely concerned about there. And that's why they just issued that tornado warning. This does include Stanley. This includes Allison Ferry. This includes Huntersville. And all of these places are in North Carolina. North Carolina, okay? The Mobile Gamer, thank you so much. Julie, thank you for becoming a slight risker. The Mobile Gamer says, Ryan, we had some pea-sized hail here in North Carolina. Well, thanks for the report. There's probably going to be a lot of people that end up with some small hail in North Carolina as this line of storms comes through. But yeah, we've got a tornado warning here. Yeah, this is a densely populated area, a very densely populated area. So hopefully everybody's getting a shelter here in Craig Heights and Stanley, especially. From there, we're worried about Lucia, Allison Ferry, the northern side of Charlotte, between Mount Holly and Huntersville. This is where this potential tornado is going to go through here in the next little bit. We have 120,000 people in Georgia without power right now. We got 18,000 people without power in Tennessee. Boom. We got 120,000 people in Georgia without power, 48,000 in Alabama. And you can see that the counties affected here kind of followed the path of that the big storm that went through Griffin. Basically, our big troublemaker of the day has just knocked out power for well over 100,000 people across Alabama and Georgia. Let's see here. Truth says, I just want to say thanks for all the time and hard work you put into this. All of you are truly incredible. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, but none of us require the thanks. Everybody that's a part of this team is here because they want to be here. You can ask some of the people that have been watching this channel for a while. I used to sit here for 12 hours straight and just jabber about the weather whenever nobody was watching, because for whatever reason, I'm passionate about it. And I love it. This is my dream. I love being here. And the fact that there are people that are listening to me do it is just awesome. It's cherry on top. I'm glad I can be helpful. So thank you for giving me the best job in the world. You don't have to thank me. Check that out. Time lapse of Atlanta from when the big storm was coming through. Now that is an interesting time lapse. Sapphire Rain says, thank you from Locust Grove, Georgia. I knew to take shelter because of your coverage. Lynn B, thanks for being a member for 20 months. Thanks for all you do, Ryan. Thank you, Lynn. Lynn's a moderator. You're one of the people who's been here for a long time and knows all about that. Tornado warning for the northern part of Charlotte. We are concerned that this little divot, this little creek in the storm here, a little notch, is kind of like allowing some of this nadir juice to sneak in here. And if that happens, it's very likely that we'll see a tornado develop right in here. I'm not convinced that it's happened yet, but the reason this warning was issued is because it could happen. Well, watch out. It's going to continue to the east towards Lucia, Mountain Island, and Allison Ferry, north of Charlotte, North Carolina, over the next little bit. Wow, look at this. This is in Salisbury, North Carolina. This is just a truck that got flipped over just due to the high winds. No tornado or nothing. It's important to remember that this line of storms is going to be strong for a lot of people in the Carolinas, whether there's a tornado or not. You're going to get strong winds. There's going to be trees, power lines knocked down and stuff, so just keep that in mind. Jacob says, my daughter has watched all day and you have a big new fan. I think this pic she drew has a striking resemblance. It does. That's perfect. You can't get much better than that. Hey, Jacob, that's awesome. Thanks for sending that in. This is a future meteorologist you've got on your hand here. When you've got somebody like that that's watching the weather voluntarily instead of Bluey or whatever it is, yeah, you just got a future meteorologist on your hand. That's what you're dealing with there. Okay, so that last scan does look a little bit more intense here. We could have a tornado developing right here to the east of Stanley. And that this is north of Charlotte. So if a tornado touches down, let's say within the next, 10, 15 minutes, it's going to happen somewhere between Stanley and Allison Ferry, more than likely around Highway 16 north of Mountain Island. So that's where we think the tornado is forming right now. If it touches down somewhere in here, it'll continue to be on the ground as it goes towards Huntersville, the Croft Historic District, Joplin, and Highland Creek. So please take shelter now. This is a dangerous storm. And
A
right
new
there.
tornado warning has been issued.
And we got another new tornado warning, even newer, down to the south between Alabama and Georgia. Check that out. Blakely is now under a tornado warning. Let's go zoom in on that one too. Just going to take this one down here.
A new tornado warning has been
And
issued.
another one just got issued there for South Carolina. So we're going to look at that right here in a second. But first, this is a live view of Brad Arnold, who's in Randolph County in Georgia. And he's actually just to the north of that newest tornado warning. So right here we go. This is the one that includes Blakely. Please take shelter now. Now let's also take a look at the new tornado warning in South Carolina. Where is it? Okay. All right, so it's up here near Greenwood. So there's your polygon there. Man, we are just flying all over the place today. We've got tornado warnings in 3 different states. Here we go. So just to the east of Abbeville, we've got a really interesting area of rotation that has just popped up here near Abbeville, South Carolina. This is going towards Greenwood. Okay. This is going right towards Greenwood, South Carolina. Please take shelter if you live out here near Greenwood at 96. Tornadoes likely trying to develop right here, and it's going to continue to go up this way. 96, Anglers Haven, Mountville, White Plains Crossroads, Milton, all the way up there towards Delta and Startertown in South Carolina. You're under a tornado warning, so please take shelter immediately. Back up here to the Charlotte storm. Still looks like there's some rotation here. It's not looking crazy, though. I would really be surprised if we had a tornado on the ground with that storm, but it could happen at any moment. So we want you to stay in your safe spots in Allison Ferry and in Huntersville. The storm back here near Blakely, I'm actually really surprised they issued a tornado warning for that. I don't know what that was for. But what we're going to do is we're going to assume the National Weather Service knows something we don't. And we are going to take shelter anyways, because even though I don't see any signs of significant rotation down there, what I do see signs of is very strong winds. Trees are going to come down. Power lines could come down with this as it goes through Blakely in Georgia. So please take shelter and do not play around with this storm. We've seen what happens whenever you try to say that a storm's not going to be bad on a day like today. It ends up being pretty daggone bad. All right, so we want to take every single one of them seriously and get to our safe spots. Jennifer, thanks so much for becoming a member. Yeah, and if you didn't see this earlier, this is from the Hobby Lobby in Griffin, Georgia earlier. Yeah, it's crazy how many big tornadoes we've seen today, guys. So the tornado went through Selma, picked up tons of debris, flung it 20,000 feet into the air, and then you can literally see it transfer up into the forward flank of the storm. Look at this. This is pieces of Selma in the sky, all the way up here, miles away. Oh my God! Look at that up here. You can still see it there. That is something that I think the last time we saw anything even close to that was Mayfield. That is nuts. So we saw the storm pick up debris near Selma, throw it up into the sky, and now it's literally there's pieces of Selma and all this debris is just still up here in the forward flank of the storm. That is just something that you really rarely see. You really rarely see. That was from earlier today when the realization kind of hit what we were dealing with there in Selma. And this is probably one of the more significant looks at the tornado that we saw from Brian Carty's live stream, who we had with us here. So just really crazy stuff there. Yeah, so there was confirmed EF1 damage in Kentucky. This is from the National Weather Service in Louisville. That was from earlier today. So Brad Arnold either has terrible headlights or something is just up with his camera. Look at the difference between Chris's feed and Brad's. All right, tornado warning down here for Blakey, Georgia. Take shelter. We also want you in your safe spots up here on the northern side of Charlotte. But neither of those are looking terribly, bad to me. We want you in your safe spots. We want you to stay sheltered. But the storm, both of those storms look to me mostly like damaging wind threats. And by the way, in downtown Charlotte, we got this storm coming in. It'll be there in 30 minutes, 45 minutes or so. Get ready for it. There's going to be some strong winds, maybe even a spin-up tornado or two. We got to keep that in mind. The storm back here that prompted the warning near Greenwood, South Carolina, is also looking less and less concerning. So we've got 3 tornado warnings in effect right now. I'm not too worried about any of them. I'm worried about the whole line as a whole at this point. From northern North Carolina up there near Eden, Danville, Winston-Salem, down through Charlotte, down through Columbia, into Thompson, Georgia, down through Albany, Georgia, Dothan, down to Panama City. We've got a big line of storms coming through. This is going to bring in some strong winds to everybody out in front of it. All right, so make sure you are prepared for that. Power outages, flash flooding, and you just got to get ready for the potential for, damaging tornadoes to spin up just randomly as they come through. It's Haley says, you probably won't see this. Ha, proved you wrong. Anyway, she said, you probably won't see this, but will Lebanon, Tennessee see anything? I'm guessing. That was actually a really smart use of the word Tennessee. If that was on purpose, that was awesome. You probably won't see this, but will Lebanon, Tennessee anything tonight, today, or the rest of the week? anyways, yeah. So we've got another chance of some storms between now and like 9 p.m. Just general thunderstorms, maybe some small hail. Then temperatures aren't going to crash. Okay, you're going to wake up tomorrow morning and it's actually going to feel like winter. And throughout the day tomorrow, it could snow. All of Tennessee has the chance of isolated snow showers throughout the day as we see these snow squalls move through. And then as far as farther down the road than that, I haven't even thought about it. I don't know. I will, you know what? You should subscribe to the channel because I'll have an update for you tomorrow, I'm sure. NV, thanks for everything you do. My mom just happened to find you and be watching while I was on the phone with her when an EF4 went through my house in Ellabelle, Georgia last year. Without your warnings, I might not be here. Keep it up. NV, thank you so much for that. You did not have to do that. And I'm sorry that happened to you, but I'm very happy to hear that we were able to help. So Jackie, Red Wine, thank you so much for being a slight risker. Comments like NV's are the reason why we constantly try to tell you to share and like the video. I really am trying my best not to be like YouTuber, like, hey, like the video, share on all that. Just because normally the reason you want to do that is for whatever reason you do that. In these situations, when we're doing these live streams, it's actually a utility-based action. When you hit the like button, as in my opinion, I think the way it works, and I don't know this for sure, I don't work at YouTube. I don't know how the algorithm works, but for every one person that hits the like button on this stream, YouTube will probably at least impress it or show it to 2 more people. So, the like button is just one of the many metrics YouTube uses to figure out, like, is this worth showing to other people? Like, are people liking it? Like, are people going to waste their time clicking on this? So when you hit that, YouTube promotes it more and we help more people. So it's good. Looks like there's a Rowan County 911 outage. I believe that's in North Carolina. Rowan or Rowan County, North Carolina. The 911 is down right now for an unknown period of time. You can reach them at a different phone number. I don't know if I should. Is that bad? I shouldn't say that on the air, right? Or should I? I don't know. You know what? If you're interested in that information, I'm going to like the tweet so you can see it on the feed there. You guys don't know how many times we've accidentally showed the phone number to a fire department or something, and like that fire department gets prank called or whatever. Which I don't think anybody's stupid enough to prank call 911. But you never know. Rowan County. Gotcha. We currently have 3 tornado warnings. None of them are like incredibly pressing. All of them are maybe tornadoes, right? So they're radar indicated. They are precautionary. You want to get in your safe spot just in case, but we don't know for sure that there's a tornado down. It just looks like there might be, given some attributes on the radar. That's the case up here in the northern side of Charlotte as well. This storm looks a little bit less impressive now. And we've got one all the way down here in southwestern Georgia. Just went through Blakey. This one, I can say pretty confidently, does not have a tornado with it. But it does have some extremely strong winds, and it's not going to be very different than a tornado for you if you live in Bancroft or crossroads or something like that. So please take shelter and let's heed the National Weather Service warnings here. The Wood Lab, Jim Ashley says, I just learned about your channel today. Good stuff. Thanks for what you do. That's no problem. If anybody else is new here, please feel free to subscribe to the channel. This is what I do all year long. Don't care what it is, snow, rain, tornadoes, hurricanes, blizzards, whatever it is, we're here, and we're doing the weather. I have dedicated my life to this. And I'm going to be here as long as you guys keep showing up. So if you like it, if you want to see more of it, if you want me to be there, if you want me to pop up for you the next time there's a storm in your area, hit that subscribe button. And it obviously it helps me too, having more subscribers. So it's a win-win for both of us. Thank you, T Junkie. Chris is at McDonald's. Chris made a McDonald's stop in Bradley County, Tennessee. Chris Hall's on his way down to Alabama. We're getting him a hotel tonight. Have we worked that out? Okay, we're going to get Chris a hotel tonight. He's going to hopefully sleep some. Chris is another one that I think that hasn't got a lot of sleep because of this crazy thing that has happened. But he's going to stay somewhere tonight, and then tomorrow he's going to get to work on helping us get in touch with emergency management officials and stuff down there to see how we can let the Y'all Squad show up. Thanks to you guys, we have tens of thousands of dollars to go down there and just spend. We're going to make it rain in a good way on helping people in unique ways that insurance and things like that don't traditionally cover. And if they were going to help with it, it would take months. Sometimes we're just going to be there right after the fact. Hey, what do you need? Let us help you out. I think it's super cool that we're able to do that. And we couldn't do that without y'all. So thank you for that. Here is, oh man, some really bad looking damage from the Lightwood Road area near Deatsville. Jeez, man. That's unfortunate. Decatur, Alabama. Quick update on our tornado warned storms. We do have a tornado warning out here for Milton, Cross Hill, Greenwood, South Carolina. This storm is not producing a tornado, in my opinion. The thing about it is like it's one of those deals where we've got a straight line of storms and these tiny little kinks at any moment could produce a new tornado, but right now it's not producing one. So we've got a preemptive precautionary tornado warning here. And the tornado warning up here for around Charlotte was allowed to expire. And this tornado warning down here in southwestern Georgia is not, it's still not. Like if this was never, this is just a really bad severe thunderstorm. So if you're in Arlington, get ready for that. Beyond that, though, I really don't see anything terrible to kind of worry about and hone in on. I'm kind of curious about this storm near Geneva, right above the Florida border there in southern Alabama. Just look at it. This right here is the kind of storm that if allowed, it could definitely kind of curl up and potentially rotate enough to cause a tornado. So this kind of looks like an embedded supercell, right? So we're going to watch this one closely. But right now, there's no reason to worry about it. Let's see what else. This little mess down here, not much to worry about there, but we'll keep watching it. Okay, so they allowed the tornado warning out here to expire. I'm really thinking they're going to allow this one to expire very soon as well, and then we'll be down to just that one tornado warning. Let's come up a little bit farther into North Carolina. Got some strong storms that just went through Winston-Salem. Greensboro, North Carolina, you're getting ready to get hit by some lightning, some thunder, some heavy rain. Danville, Virginia, you're getting ready to get hit by some lightning, some thunder, and some heavy rain. Same thing all the way up here to Brookneal and Halifax and South Boston. If we've got anybody that lives out here in front of these things, if you've got lightning, if you've got a shelf cloud in the distance, if you can see it, I know it's getting dark. You can, feel free to send us pictures and videos and reports on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, to help us tell the weather story. But only do so, of course, if you can do so safely. Don't do it if you're actually close enough to, receive some negative impact from the storm. Woodley Fire and Rescue, Salisbury Station 3, Station 14, and South Salisbury Station 74 are setting off our tornado siren due to heavy rains and wind, including 911 dispatch lines are down. Siren will take place at 6:50 p.m. Eastern. Be prepared to take shelter if you need rescue. Call our station's number on Woodley Fire page. All right. Miranda LP, thanks for becoming a member. Super awesome of you. Yeah, this was my tweet yesterday. My dumb little tweet yesterday. I'm going to go outside for a couple of days and chase some storms and some snow squalls. I haven't seen the sunlight today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And I don't know if I ever will again. Here we go. We've got another tornado warning for portions of Georgia here. So let's go check it out. Okay. So this is going to be for right here near Pineview and Cordell in Georgia. We're under a tornado warning. Let's check it out. More up close and personal. Let's see why we're under a tornado warning. Okay, this one makes sense. I don't like this, but I agree with this. There is definitely a potential tornado developing right here between Richwood and Lambtown, and that's going to come up towards Pineview in Georgia. So please take shelter now. There's your polygon. Respect it. I believe is the Atlanta airport on YT. Okay, I think that's old because it's definitely dark outside. Yeah, so if we can... Okay, yeah. If we can replace that with something, anything at all. You're talking to Chris? All right. Is there any new information to relay there? You want to turn your mic up and talk about it, or not really? Okay. Okay. I was just looking for some relief here. Usually I try to get Andy to talk, but he's asleep. Been talking now for what is it? 9 hours, 8 hours, something? 9 hours straight. Cordial, my bad. So yeah, we've got a new tornado warning here for areas just north of Cordial. This does not include Cordial. But there you go. It's crossing the interstate right now. I don't think there's a tornado down, but this storm is definitely rotating. And it's going to go towards Lambtown, 5 Points, Pineview, and Finlayson here within the next little bit. Luke Who 23, thanks for becoming a high risk member. And Yahisha, I think I'm saying that right. Jones, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Everybody say thank you to Jones there. If it wasn't for generous contributions like that, we wouldn't be able to do what we do on days like today. Last minute, no commercials, no sponsors needed. We just jump on and we do it with the extensive resources and team that we have. I think that's a monumental feat, and it would not be possible without y'all. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning up there in South Carolina now. That's going to continue to be a thing that we talk about. The tornado threat might be dying down a little bit on this part of the line, but the strong damaging winds are ramping up. We've got a very strong line of storms with damaging winds getting ready to move into Salisbury, Greensboro, North Carolina. We've also got, what else do we got here? Yeah, Charlotte as well. Getting hit by the storm right now. Rock Hill is in the line. Columbia, South Carolina, Rockingham, you guys are down the line here. You're an hour or so away from getting hit by this, but we're talking about winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm right here. So Newberry, South Carolina, you are getting ready to get slammed by nearly hurricane force winds here as this storm comes through. So keep that in mind. The tornado warning might be allowed to expire, but your concern should not be allowed to expire. Greenville, South Carolina is looking fine. The worst of the storms have passed you already. Tina Carey, thanks for becoming a high-risk member. Oh, man, I love graphics like this. This is a smooth graphic. Hold on. What is this? 2022 ended with a shiver, but the start of 2023 broke a sweat. This weather whiplash may have been caused by changes in the polar vortex, the band of strong westerly winds over the Arctic. Man, that is a smooth graphic. But yeah, our polar vortex has been all out of whack. Our jet stream's been all out of whack. Just some really nutty weather this winter, man. Everything's out of whack. And I'm going to have a video about that very soon. So the rotation down here with our tornado warning in Georgia, South Central Georgia, it's definitely warranted. There's rotation here. A tornado could form. I do not believe there's currently a tornado down, but if you look at the cell as a whole, this is definitely a very impressive supercell. So if it's allowed to continue to kind of grow and expand, It's likely going to be problematic the closer it gets to Pineview. So we're just going to have to keep watching it, keep looking at it here. Let's take a look at these storms out here in South Carolina. Strong storms with strong damaging winds are about to move into Augusta and Aiken. All right. Somebody was asking about that earlier. They're about 25 minutes away from you in Edgefield. Saluda,
a new
same
tornado
for you.
watch has been issued.
Newberry, South Carolina, 30 minutes or so. It'll be there. And we got to watch out for this. I bet they're going to issue a new tornado warning for that. Yeah, buddy. Yes, sir. That right there is potentially a little spin-up tornado trying to happen just to the west of Newberry. This is in South Carolina. Okay? There's no warning for this. I'm sure the NWS is looking at the same thing I am, and they're probably considering putting one out right now. But that is it's why you just got to be hyper weather aware on a night like tonight. This happens so fast. It's so small. It's easy to miss. But you can see that there's definitely some rotation here, and we are trying to see a tornado form there. It could be brief, could be just a quick spin up. Doesn't matter, though, if it goes through your neighborhood. You're going to want to be prepared for it. So heads up. Y'all watch out there. No tornado threat in the immediate future for Charlotte, North Carolina. However, very strong winds are coming through right now, and that's going to continue into Matthews and Monroe and Locust and Albemarle in North Carolina. Salisbury, too. You're getting ready to get hit. Greensboro, you as well. Bob, thank you so much for the super chat. Wayne, thanks for becoming a moderate risker. Y'all are awesome. Let's see here. Stephen Beck says, I was about a mile south of where that circulation just came across I-75 in Cordele. Winds were around 60 to 70 miles per hour. That's crazy. Kevin says, I'm getting thunder in Alamance County, North Carolina. Somebody said, you're making me yawn. Albemarle, gotcha. Mountain Angel says, thanks for keeping us informed. Everyone stay safe and alert. We are down to one tornado warning. Thank goodness. And I don't believe there's a tornado in that. There is a very strong storm, and it could produce a tornado at any moment, but right now it's not on the ground. Pineview, I'd definitely be in my safe spot if I lived there. Still watching this very strong line of storms approach Columbia, South Carolina. Little spin-up tornadoes are going to be possible within that line as we go forward. Also in Augusta and Aiken and Wagoner. Get ready for it. Anderson, South Carolina is all right. You guys are already done. The storm has bastions. It's going to rain some more. It's going to snow tomorrow, maybe, slightly. I'm sorry for making y'all yawn. I am tired too. Did you not put it there? Do you have anything to put in that slot? Oh, okay. Is Advance, North Carolina in the clear? Oof. I don't know where that is. I don't know where many places are. Advance, Auto Parts, no. Advance, North Carolina. Zoop. Let me turn the daggone radar on, one that works. Advance, North Carolina is not in the clear, but you're not necessarily in the unclear. You're getting ready to get hit by a storm with strong winds, possibly in excess of 60 miles per hour, and some hail around quarter size or so. It's going to be brief. Tornado threat is minimal for you. Here, I've been watching all day. Thanks for keeping us informed and saving lives. You don't have to, seriously, you guys, like, I'm thank you for watching. Like, that's who needs to be thanking people, is me. Spivey says, excellent job of keeping the public informed and safe. You guys are much appreciated. Kara Bree says, Ryan, I'm in Columbia, South Carolina. I've watched all day with you guys. Thanks for helping save lives and being dedicated to your job. Much appreciated. South Carolina, hang in there. Thank you so much, Kara. You're almost through this. I know you've been with us all day. The storm's going to hit you within the next little bit, and then it'll be all over. Thankfully, I think the tornado threat is still going. It's trending downward as it goes east, so that's good. And then Mary Jo Cloyne. I can't say your name, but I'm so happy you're a member. Let's see here. Brutus says, yo, why is it so warm? Well, if you're saying that right now, you're probably in the warm sector of this storm. So it's important that I do explain to you, yo, why it is so warm. So really the only place in America right now where you would be like, wow, it's certainly very warm, yo, is if you're in the warm sector over here. Let me change my pen color to pink. So this right here is the warm sector of this storm, right? So we got warm air coming up this way. So if you're inside of that, it's pretty warm, yo. But if you are in this part, for example, back here, it's actually kind of cold. It's cold enough to snow, actually, in some of these parts. So you put those things together, and right in the middle there somewhere, we have a spinning low pressure system, right? So we have a counterclockwise rotation like this. And basically, the reason why it's so warm, yo, is because the Gulf of Mexico moisture and energy and just atmosphere down here is advecting up into this area. And the cold air from Canada behind it that's coming down this way is crashing into that. And right where they meet, that's my beautiful piece of art for you. But right where they meet is where all of these storms are happening. So if it's warm, if it's abnormally warm where you are right now, you're probably still ahead of these storms. It's going to rain really hard. The storms are going to come through, and then it's going to get cooler. Yeah, we got that one tornado warning down there. Still not too concerned about that, I guess. But we will continue to check in on it and update you. There's a very broad amount of rotation here. I'd be so surprised if there was a tornado with that. But, I mean, just look at the supercell, man. Like, that is a strong storm. There's no doubt about it. So we definitely don't want to underplay it, and we want to get to our safe spots if we're in Pine View or any of these places in the path of this dangerous storm right here. Beautiful art. Eric has been a member for 12 months. Thank you so much, Eric. He says, wow, that flew by. Thanks for all you do. Nothing ever happens here in New Jersey. I want snow already. You'll get yours. I think February I'll be talking about New Jersey nonstop, more than likely. Always a good thing whenever I'm not talking about you. If you really think about it, the less the name of your town or state comes out of my mouth, the better you're like doing in life. Antonio Adkins says a very strong storm is coming through York County and upstate South Carolina this evening. That is definitely a very strong storm. Thanks for sending that in. Be safe out there. Oh, here's another one. Look at this, man. We've got reporters all over the nation. The Y'all Squad is everywhere. We've got cameras everywhere. No storm gets past us. Mike says, I don't know if this is doing it justice, but the storm just hit at my house just south of Pikeville, North Carolina. That's not my trash can in the street. Well, that definitely looks like an intense storm, man. Is it going to snow in Peoria, Illinois this week? Yes, it's going to snow in Peoria, Illinois tonight and tomorrow. Not a lot, but some. Holy smokes, man. Just as Justin, everybody go follow Justin on Twitter. He's an awesome storm chaser. Intense intercept. Winds flirted with severe criteria and contained sheets of horizontally moving pea-sized hail. Hail drifts on the road 4 miles north of Shelby, North Carolina. Now that... That is a severe thunderstorm.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Dang. Oh, very nice. What is that, an ice skate rink? Why is nobody on it? Probably too warm, yo, right? To be. Yeah, it kind of does. Well, New York is in that warm sector right now, so I'd say it is a little bit too warm for that. Once again, a lot of really smart people came together and was like, when's the best time to do this ice skate rink out here in Manhattan? January, duh. Then this happens. Yo, Art. Oh, all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire again. Very good news. This was in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, about 3 hours ago from Rock. That also looks like a pretty intense storm there. Stephanie says, I'm in Concord, North Carolina, and we are having a thunderstorm right now. We have a tornado watch until 10 p.m. Yeah, but once that thunderstorm is over, you're in the clear. I mean, once this line goes through, y'all can go to sleep. Let me turn on the MRMS radar real quick. So once this line progresses through, everybody behind it pretty much is okay. There's going to be some isolated thunder boomers back here in Tennessee, but nothing crazy. This line, as it pushes through, everybody behind it's going to be fine. Atlanta, it's done for you. Knoxville, for the most part, it's done for you. It's not done for you, and like just ahead of this line. You know what I'm saying? Like the line's moving this way. When it gets past you, I know it's only 7:06, but you can go to sleep if you want. Why don't you turn your volume up and you tell us? Turn your camera on too. Give us an update, producer Carly.
Okay. Chris Hall, he is currently in Hamilton County, Tennessee. He will be staying in a hotel in Birmingham, Alabama.
Okay.
Tonight, and then he will be making his way to Selma.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, that sounds good. So Chris is going to be spending the night near Birmingham, and then he is going to be making it down to Selma tomorrow. So that's what's happening there, and then we're going to work on our relief stuff. Now, though, we have a new tornado warning for Dodge County, Georgia, Pulaski County, Georgia, and Wilcox County, Georgia. Let's see here. I would just about bet. Yeah, they went ahead and reissued it for this mess down here. I can't see the polygon yet, but if I worked at the National Weather Service, I would draw it about like this, maybe. Let's see. Let's wait for it to pop up. Let's see how close we are. But this will include some places in and around Eastman and just to the north of Abbeville. Okay, and that box is probably a little bit farther north than that. There you go. Yeah. So about like that right there. And that's what the polygon looks like right now. So that is coming up towards Eastman. So please take shelter. If you are in Eastman, Georgia, this actually looks pretty concerning. This looks like there's at least a tornado trying to form. Still not convinced that there's one down right now, but there's enough rotation there to really kind of pique my interest, I guess. The good news is that this is a lot of rural area out here to the south and west of Eastman. But if this makes it into the town of Eastman, it is going to cause problems, certainly. Let me pull this over here. Oof. Wow. Okay, so look at how quickly this happened. Right here, boom, tornado touchdown. It's probably still on the ground, but we have a really intense TDS there. Radar confirmed tornado now. Right here to the south and west of Eastman. Well, there you have it. This big storm has officially done it. It's hard to say if that's still there or not, but like it was definitely down on the ground right here. They issued the warning, and it's probably still on the ground right there. It could still be on the ground right here, but it's definitely still got tornado debris in the air. This is a tornado debris signature. There's debris in the air right now as the storm is getting closer and closer to Eastman, Georgia. So please take shelter now. We're going to keep a very close eye on this as this gets closer over there. Did you say Atlanta might see some snow flurries tonight or tomorrow? It'll be tomorrow night, probably after 8 p.m. or so, when some of those snow bands make it into the Atlanta, Georgia area. We're not expecting any crazy accumulation or anything. Just maybe it's a brief shot of heavy snow after the tornado warnings. I mean, January stuff. Yeah, so what you're looking at here is a tornado debris signature. We've got a radar confirmed tornado down here near Lower River Road to the south and west of Eastman, Georgia. It's hard for me to say if it's still down or not, but it definitely looks like it could be. You see, these are couplets right here. Whenever you get the green and the red close to each other, right next to each other like this, that's when we're pretty confident that there's enough rotation there to indicate that there is a tornado. The greens show parts of the storms going towards the radar. The reds show parts of the storms going away from the radar. So we can infer that there's counterclockwise rotation right here. And whenever it gets really close together like that, that's when we're like, okay, something's probably going on there. And then whenever you lay that up with a correlation coefficient drop, we're definitely talking about something going on here. So debris being lofted into the air to the south and west of Eastman, Georgia. This is our only tornado warning right now, so we're kind of just locked in on it. We're focused in on it. But please take shelter. Take this one seriously. We'll keep you updated as the newest radar data comes in. Right now, it's over a pretty rural area, thankfully. Oh man, dude, where did you get this? I'm sorry. I know we have a tornado on the ground, but like somebody's got to send me a link to this right now. I want that. Yeah, so the latest scan just came in. You saw that update there. It does look like this is still producing new debris. So that's concerning. One of the things that I'm trying to determine is like, is this going to be a brief spin up or is this going to be another long lasting supercell? If it's going to be a long lasting supercell, that's really bad news for Eastman. But right now, all I can tell you is that there is still a tornado debris signature. Therefore, we must assume that there is still a tornado on the ground right now. I haven't heard of any fatalities yet. And unfortunately, after seeing some of the damage, it's probably going to happen. We're probably going to hear about stuff like that. But I tell you one thing right now, that that number would have been a lot higher if it wasn't for the great job that the National Weather Service has done today, issuing these warnings. Oh, wow. Here's another awesome tweet from Birding Peep, who is our, well, not our, is somebody on Twitter who watches all of the weather cameras and like traffic cameras on Earth and posts little clips relevant to the storms whenever they're going on. This is a nice time lapse of the Cordele, Georgia live cam moments ago as a tornado warned storm moved through. Look at that. That is an intense storm right there. Okay, so latest scan just came in on the Eastman storm, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. So it looks to me like the tornado picked up some debris and is now, it's not picking up any new debris from what I can tell. So if we see this kind of tighten back up, if we see a tighter couplet, that'll indicate that we got a new tornado coming together. But as of right now, I really think that I think the tornado has lifted. It was on the ground right here. Talk about a tight couplet. Okay. It was definitely on the ground right there. That's when it started picking up debris. It was more than likely on the ground right here, more than likely right there. But now it's less likely, I think. And our debris, this is just kind of leftover stuff in the air from when the tornado was down. But we're going to keep it here and watch it very closely just so we can keep you updated on what's going on. We want you to stay in your safe spot in Eastman, by the way. Don't come out. Okay, so unfortunately, we have definitely had fatalities today. At least 6 people that we know of so far have been killed in Alabama alone today. Most of those deaths are coming from the Autauga County and Kingston areas, which is between US 82 and I-65 north of Prattville. So Selma, I don't know anything about Selma yet, but it sounds like that's probably one of the areas that we need to make sure that Chris gets to tomorrow. And son, listen, okay, this tornado is lifting. We're going to come back to it just in case it recycles, but I just got to show you something really moving. When you ask the Y'all Squad answers, here you go. I've got several links to tornadoes in a can on my Twitter feed right now. And you better bet I'm getting a couple of them. Yeah. Won't you order us some tornadoes in a can, Carly? Stat. And we got to we got to figure out where they fit into the scenery here. Somewhere. They will be here. Yeah, so the tornado that's prompted this warning has lifted. Okay, there is no longer a tornado on the ground, but you're still under a tornado warning in Eastman. And there's these really weird looking areas of new rotation that are popping up just to the south of town. So definitely don't want to let our guard down. That could be something trying to, a new kind of like tornadic system trying to pop up here as it comes into the town. Just get a life-sized one. Hey, we might try to build something like that. One of the things that we're going to be doing this spring is I've hired somebody on to, it's like a welder, and they're going to help us build tornado probes. And hopefully if I ever get to go storm chasing, we're going to try to deploy those things into tornadoes and get cool data and stuff. I'm assuming that that person could also build like a tornado simulator thing, but like bigger. So maybe we'll do that too. It might be a nice educational piece of content to kind of like literally show how tornadoes work. Build a little model city at the bottom of it or something. I don't know. This is probably a way too expensive idea, but we might try it. You should have the nadir lamp turn on automatically if there's a
new tornado
twister.
Warning has been issued.
Hey, that's not a bad idea, and we could actually make that happen. New tornado warning for Early County and Miller County in Georgia. And Baker County in Georgia. So that includes Damascus. That's a little bit back here. Way back here, actually. There it is. That's your new polygon right there. New tornado warning for that area of rotation near Hintown in Georgia. We're way down here in southwestern Georgia now. Here's a look at the graphic information on that. Damascus and Milford in Georgia is now under a tornado warning. And this is what it looks like right there. Hintown, get to shelter now. Old Damascus, Douglas Crossroads, Douglasville, Crestview, Bethany, Ivy's Mill, and Milford are all in the path of this dangerous storm that's likely trying to produce a tornado. So please take shelter immediately. The storm up here near Eastman is really winding down. There was definitely a brief tornado there, though. Look at how that, you can see the tornado hit, put up some debris, and then they're just kind of like getting lofted out of the way by that cold front. Man, I could look at stuff like this all day. Take 5 games says you need to go chase one day and put Andy and the others at the helm. Not getting out is going to start to make you regret a part of this. Don't let that happen to you. Yeah, that's something that we're going to do, and something that we've tried before. The hard part is logistics. I never want to go storm chasing whenever it's like in Georgia. Like I don't want to go storm chasing in the forest. Like we're going to build like tornado probes, and like we want to go out like to where the cornfields are, and like the tornadoes happen and there's like nobody around. So like anytime there's a severe weather outbreak and it's affecting like a lot of people in like places where people live, especially like Georgia, I'm always going to be right here. And this is where I would much rather be. I would hate to be storm chasing in this mess right now. Like I would not like that at all. But like some of the setups in the spring, especially, and maybe even in the early summer up north, I might hop on a plane, or we might load up one of our vehicles with one of these probes and then go out storm chasing. And usually that's going to be in Nebraska, or like in the middle of Nebraska where no large cities are impacted and stuff like that. And we'll still do live streams, and Andy and Carly and everybody will be kind of doing what I do, and I'll be the storm chaser. We've tried that before, and it works, but it definitely it wouldn't be right in a situation like this. It makes more sense to me whenever the focus of the stream, the point of the stream, isn't necessarily to relay life-saving information. It's just like, hey, watch us try to perform this scientific mission. Carly, you got a tornado lamp in the cart? Wait, you just got one? Yeah, we need at least two. It's got to be symmetrical, right? If we're going to put them behind me, that's how the whole thing works. Golden Ninja says it's January and we are talking about tornadoes and thunderstorms. Yeah, I know. I wish we were talking about snow, man. Yeah, I think that looks good. Got almost 5 stars, 500 ratings. Yeah. $35 for a tornado in a can. Can't beat it. The area of rotation, by the way, in this tornado warning has yet again lit up. We've got a new one over here near Mimsville that I'm watching. Nothing crazy though. This is going to be the story of the rest of the night. More than likely, we're going to see some tornado warnings pop up, and there are going to be brief spin-up tornadoes. The main threat now is hail and damaging winds, though. Like this. Look at this. Hail. Brandon says this is from Chauncey, Georgia. That's actually some decent sized hail too. So thanks for sending that in, and hope you're staying safe out there. Hope your car is in the under something or something, because that's definitely going to do some damage. How many years have you been doing live streams, Ryan? Around this time, more in early January, we are around my 2-year anniversary. I started doing this in January of 2021, right around when my son was born, like right before he was born. And he was born on the 19th. So like today is my 2-year anniversary of doing YouTube as the weather guy. So pretty much, yeah. This YouTube channel is like 10 years old, though. I just never did anything with it. Oh, and by the way, if anybody has noticed today, so my camera, obviously it's a good camera, right? We can't get rid of the camera. It's one of the better cameras. But it overheats whenever we're live streaming for 10 hours straight. It goes off sometimes. So what I've done is I've got a backup camera. It's slightly less quality, but we haven't had to pause the stream because obviously, like, it's not important that my face is there, but whenever it goes away, that's like, it distracts everybody. Like, everybody's like, wait, what's wrong? What's happening? So you grew to over 1 million subscribers in 2 years? Yeah. Yeah. And actually, it was way quicker than that. I think. So the first year, at the end of the first year, so like this time last year, we had like 250,000. So we gained like 800,000 subscribers over the past year, which is nuts.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a brand new tornado warning now for Telfair, Montgomery, Dodge, and Lawrence counties in Georgia. You kidding? No, they did not do that. Okay. Well, this is actually kind of smart. The National Weather Service, obviously, like these are the best meteorologists ever, so they know what they're doing. But what's happening here is we have a giant tornado warning that was just issued here for portions of Georgia down here. This includes McRae, Alamo, Mount Vernon, and Eastman. So that big storm that just came through, that it did produce a tornado down here, right? To the south and west of Eastman. It produced a tornado. It lifted very quickly. And I mentioned these little areas of rotation popping up and how that was kind of weird. Well, the National Weather Service said the same thing. And instead of being like, ooh, let's issue a little warning right here, let's issue a little warning right here, they just said, you know what? Everybody's under a tornado warning. And they put out this giant polygon right here. So basically what it is anywhere in this band or this kind of like whatever you want, this Boeing segment of this storm, there could be embedded tornadoes that happen along this. And that could happen in any of these places. So there's currently no tornadoes on the ground, I don't think, with this setup. And honestly, I don't see a lot of tornadoes happening with this in the near future. But it was nice to have the preemptive and precautionary tornado warning for everybody in this area. And hopefully if you're respecting the polygon and you are getting a shelter in McRae, Alamo, Mount Vernon, and those areas in Georgia. Very smart with how today has played out. You don't want to play around with any of these storms. You want to take them all seriously. The NWS said they're tired too. Yeah. Anna P says, greetings from California. I love your channel. It looks like there's another storm cooking over the Pacific. Do you think it's going to dissipate or hit Cali after this weekend storm? I think that California's got a couple more storms before it's over. And we'll mention that in my next video. We're going to really go in depth and talk about the Pacific systems and how I think a lot of that's getting ready to come to an end. But what that means is the jet stream over the Pacific for a while has been kind of straight and elongated. That's been what's caused all these atmospheric rivers over there in California. And that's kind of indicative of an El Nino-like pattern. And right now, the ENSO, the oscillation of our temperatures over the Pacific are neutral. So we're not necessarily in a La Nina or El Nino right now. So it's crazy that we have such an intense El Nino-like system taking place with the jet stream. What's getting ready to happen and what's currently happening is that really strong, elongated jet stream is going to start kinking back up. We're going to see more troughs, more ridges form up over the Pacific Ocean, and we're going to see the ability for the cross-polar flow from Siberia to open back up, and that's going to allow for colder air to make it back into the eastern U.S. Just in time for the coldest month of the year for a lot of people in February. So what that's going to do is it's probably going to start making all of those systems kind of miss California again. They'll go back to jumping over those ridges and dumping all that moisture on the Pacific Northwest as per usual. And then, we'll start to see those systems slide down into the central U.S. and then kind of amplify across the eastern U.S. And I really do think that February is going to be interesting as far as snowstorms go on the eastern U.S. And we're just waiting on that. We're waiting on those kinks in the jet stream. That's what's keeping us warm right now. There's not a lot of big sweeping troughs that are coming through and knocking the warm air out of the way. Now, don't get me wrong. There's one happening right now. But it's immediately going to be followed by even more warm weather for January. Company Indie Box. Thank you so much for becoming an official sponsor. Everybody say thank you to Indie Box. That's so cool. That's a big move. Thank you so much. That moment you FaceTime your mom and discover she is also watching Ryan Hall, y'all. The Ryan Hallception. Is this the one that we got? You're not sure? Okay. No. I think he said he got it at Lowe's. What in the world? Why in the world would you why does Lowe's really sell that? That's weird if they do. They're in stock at our Lowe's? Tornadoes in a can? Wow. No. We'll go. Is it the same thing? Oh, it's the same thing that you got on Amazon? Send a picture of that in Discord so I can see it. It's cheaper. They look similar. I think we made the right choice because that one has 35 reviews and it's only got 3 stars. We have 90,000 people without power in Georgia right now. It's better than it was earlier. We were up to like 250,000 people without power. But now still in Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina, we've got well over 100,000 people without power.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Baker County, Daugherty County, and Mitchell County, Georgia. I'm going to guess that's down here. I bet they have issued a warning for that. Yeah. Pretty good area of rotation, pretty concerning area of rotation is getting ready to go through the town of Newton, Georgia. And that's going to continue through Newton and go into Baconton. So let's see what happens here. We'll see that polygon pop up. There it is. And right there is where the tornado is now. If there is a tornado down, which I'm not convinced there isn't. There definitely could be. But it's down here near Newton, and that's going to continue up towards Baconton and everywhere in between. We also want you to get in your safe spot in Holland's Folly, River Bend, Leicester, Crestwood, Bridgeboro, and Pritchett's in Georgia. Please take shelter now. This is definitely our most impressive storm, so we're going to stick with it. Baconton. Yeah, I've never heard of that, but I kind of want to go there. Mary Lou, future storm chaser. That's awesome. You're going to do great. I'm telling you, any of these youngins who are watching right now, instead of being on TikTok or something like that, they are going to be involved in the weather somehow as they get older. Like and you love to see it. You're going to be great. Long day. Yeah, so we're going on 10 hours now of live coverage. We are going to have to wrap it up at some point. Probably. If this warning if nothing happens with this and we go back to having no tornado warnings, we'll probably end it there. But if we continue to see this thing kind of ramp up, we will stick with it. And then we'll wait for a little while after it goes away. But right now, this is actually looking pretty concerning down here near Newton. I'm still not too concerned about the warning over here for McRae and Alamo. So I'm going to abandon that for now, but you still want to stay in your safe spots. Yeah, so that last frame there looks pretty intense. So we could see a tornado trying to form here near Newton. The good news is I really don't think a tornado went through Newton. If it did, we would definitely see a big blow up in the correlation coefficient here. We'd see a big blue dot because there would definitely be debris in the air, but there isn't. So that's good news. So we're going to continue to watch this. DeWitt, Putney, and Bridgeboro, all under tornado warnings here. Ryan, as a fellow Kentuckian, do you have any pointers on how to start a career in weather? Learn about the weather. The best way you can do that is by going to college. Also, you can learn a lot yourself just from watching people like me, and there's a plethora of educational information on the internet, especially YouTube. And from there, work on learning how to work the internet. I don't think that very long from now you'll be able to just get a job as a TV weatherman. I think that's not going to be a thing for very much longer. I think that it's all going to shift to government stuff like the National Weather Service. Obviously, go to college, do that. That's probably always going to be the best way to get a job in meteorology and weather. But I really think that what I'm doing right now, if you're young and watching right now, and you want to work in weather one day, what I am doing is a very viable option. Still go to school, get your degree, and come, do something on social media. Because there's not a lot of people watching the local news anymore. So we got a potential tornado trying to develop down here near Baconton. Uh, 10 hours long live stream. Have you eaten? Yes. Yeah, we had some Buffalo Wild Wings not too long ago. We're good to go there. I don't think that no one's not watching the local news. Like, there's still value in that. Like, obviously, James Spann is like a big deal. Like, you should be watching James Spann if you live in his coverage area. But there's never going to be another James Spann in TV. Like, that's over. You can't build a career in weather being the TV weather guy anymore. It's just not going to happen. Not going to happen. I think that what needs to happen is there needs to be more people. There needs to be more people doing what I'm doing, but on a more localized level. The future of this is when you log on a severe weather day, you have the option to watch somebody doing the weather for the nation, for your state, and for your local area. Kind of like right now, you've got local news, you got national news, you got regional news. And I know that stuff exists all over the internet. There's Facebook pages, there's Twitter pages, and whatever else. But a lot of it, I hate to say this, I don't mean to sound negative or anything, but a lot of it's crap. A lot of it's not good. So like if a bunch of people can come together and do it at a really high level that is adequate and equal to TV news coverage and stuff like that, I mean, like, everybody's going to be set. But it's a lot of work. Doing what I do is way harder than being a TV weather person. You got to wear a lot of hats. You work way more hours. And there's a lot more risk to it. You never know. It's not like you get a salary. You never know what's going to happen next. But it's also way more rewarding if you do it right. So we're watching this storm continue to develop here. We've got a pretty strong rotational signal right here to the south and west of Baconton. Still no sign that this is on the ground right now, but it very well could be here soon. All right. So we want you to be in your safe spots in Baconton and DeWitt and Bridgeboro as the storm continues to come up towards you. Garage said, if you had one YouTube weather channel per state like that concentrates on the state, it would not be a bad thing. It doesn't have to be consistent just when it's needed. There's no way that I could do that alone. I work like 40 to 80 hours a week, and I have a team of like 20 people that help me just for my 2 channels that I have now. So like, I don't know. We could do, I need to show them the AI. I need to show them the AI, Ryan. Actually, I probably shouldn't. You guys would be freaked out by that. I tell you what, I will here in a second. if this next frame here doesn't look like we're going to go into full-blown tornado mode here in Bacon Town, we'll check out AI, Ryan. It's something that is mostly a joke, but might be an option in the future. Yeah, I have 2 channels. I got this one. This is the main Ryan Hall Y'all channel. We just crossed over 1 million subscribers. And then I've got Ryan Hall Y'all Extra. The difference between the 2 channels is this one is the one I do live streams on. And then I also do like weekly kind of really broad scale videos where I look at the whole weather pattern and we break it down and we talk about the long-term forecast. And then on Extra, I just upload whatever. Like if I just think that like, hey, you know, it's like sometimes we barely edit them. I'm just like, hey, let's talk about the weather real quick. I just throw it up on Extra. And wouldn't you know it, the Extra channel a lot of times outperforms the main channel. Even though we put so many hours of effort into these main channel videos. The Extra channel, I think that, you know, people are just looking for the info. So that's what that channel's all about anyways, getting to the point. But I personally really enjoy putting a lot of effort into the videos and making them entertaining and fun to watch and all that stuff. So I'll just keep doing both. This thing is rotating like crazy, but it's not really. I don't want to speak too soon. It's not looking like it's producing a tornado right now, but it could very soon. So Baconton, you want to stay in your safe spot. Bridgeboro, you're next in line. Kyle says, since you sell weather radios, I was wondering if you could do a video tutorial on how to set up a weather radio. That's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. I'll see if we can do that. Shouldn't be too hard to figure out. Oof. At approximately 1:35 today, a trooper was injured after his patrol vehicle was struck by a falling tree on Elkahatchee Road near Wind Creek State Park. The trooper was transported to a local area hospital for medical treatment and is currently recovering. This is one of my biggest fears whenever we're watching the storm chasers and they're in those situations like Brad was earlier where the wind's blowing, the trees are going crazy around them. Like that's always a possibility that could happen. There's nothing you can do about it. Not like you can just get away from the trees. If you're on the roads in Alabama, there are giant trees on both sides of you pretty much the whole time. Still got some severe thunderstorm warnings up here in North Carolina. Wadesboro. You're getting ready to get hit pretty hard. Siller City, Hillsboro, Roxboro. All these places in front of the main line here are in North Carolina specifically are getting ready to get slammed by some strong winds. Columbia, South Carolina, you're also getting ready to get hit. But most of the strongest storms are up here in North Carolina right now, and then down here in Georgia, where we have these 2 tornado warnings that we're really keeping an eye on up close. The one tornado warning up here, this one doesn't look that bad to me. There's definitely going to be some strong winds. I don't see much in the way of tornado activity. This, however, the storm that just went past Baconton, this one looks more concerning, but it's still not. It still doesn't look like it's producing a tornado yet. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, somebody on the team just really summarized what I was trying to say about the extra channel and the main channel very well. The extra channel drafts off of the main channel. The main channel sets up what might happen, and the extra channel answers the cliffhanger. Yeah, that's that's pretty much how we do it. But the main channel here, we set it up. We're like, okay, here's this big thing that's happening with the weather. We think that this trough ejection might lead to snow up here, severe weather down here. And then on the extra channel, on a more consistent basis, we're like, okay, well, here's the update. Here's the update. Here's the latest on what might happen tomorrow and stuff like that. So I think it's a good format. We shouldn't have to have 2 channels for that, but YouTube, for whatever reason, if we try to put all that content on the same channel, it just bombs it. It doesn't do very well. So YouTube, for whatever reason, prefers that even slight differences in content style be on different channels, at least in my personal experience. Ryan, do you only cover America? Yeah. But I think one of the things that we might be doing here soon is meteorologist Andy Hill. We might be putting him on his own YouTube channel and then having him do weekly videos kind of in this style of the main channel, going over worldwide events. Not necessarily diving into like, oh, here's the forecast for Hong Kong, but like just talking about big time weather synoptic patterns that are happening around the world and what that means. So I think that would be cool. All right, so we are tightening up once again with our rotation here. Definitely looks like we have a couplet. Tornado could be trying to develop here just to the east of Baconton as it moves towards Bridgeboro. So we really want to make sure we are in our safe spots for this one. It's very close to Leicester right now. It'll be riding up Highway 112 into Bridgeboro as we go through the next little bit. Yeah, at least 6 people have died as a result of these tornadoes today in Alabama alone. I would be surprised if we didn't hear something out of some of these storms that went through portions of Georgia. Hoping that we don't, obviously, but I would expect that number will rise, unfortunately. Will things mostly calm down from here? Yes. Yeah, dude, things have calmed down so much it's not even funny. And I really don't like saying that because like we have a tornado warning right now. You have a couple. And if you are in those tornado warnings, you definitely need to be taking them very seriously. You need to be getting in your safe spot. I know you're concerned about it, but man, this is nothing compared to what we were dealing with earlier. We've got these spinning storms that look like they might be trying to produce tornadoes, but like we don't know for sure. We're just being safe and we're getting to our safe spots just in case. Earlier, we knew for sure that we had giant mile-wide death machines on the ground for 100 miles at a time, and hundreds of thousands of people were in the path of them. So yeah, things are definitely calming down as we go through the rest of the night. You would be a life sin to all truck drivers. So hard to know when you are out there what's coming. I think we have a lot of truck drivers that watch the channel already. Were there any F4s or F5s? We don't know. That'll be up to the National Weather Service. So the whether a tornado is an F4 or an F5 is solely dependent on the damage that it does. It has nothing to do with anything else, really. It doesn't matter how big it was. It doesn't matter how strong the winds actually were inside of the tornado. The only thing that matters is the damage that it did and how fast the winds seemed like they were based off of that damage. So if a tornado hits a grass field and the winds blow 300 miles per hour, it's like it could be like an EF2. But if a tornado hits a city and the winds blow less than that, it could be an EF4. Does that make sense? It shouldn't. Because it, in my opinion, that's not the best way to go about it. But it's the best we've got right now. And that's how the National Weather Service does it. So all over the state of Alabama, Kentucky, Georgia, tomorrow, there's going to be groups of meteorologists that go and survey the damage. They take this big book with them, and they write down like, okay, well, this is how damaged the trees are. This is how damaged the houses are. This is how well built the houses were. There's an engineer that follows along, and they're like, that house was built better than this one, and they plug it all into this formula, and then that tells them whether or not it's an EF4 or an EF5. And it's very hard for there to be an EF5. It's been, what is it, 10 years? 9 years? It's been 9 years since there was an EF5 in America. But I promise you right now, there have been multiple tornadoes that have had wind speeds higher than EF5 criteria during that time period. It's just they didn't produce the right damage. $10 years, yeah. Back down to one tornado warning. And of course, we are in a radar hole. We'll see if the National Weather Service continues that warning east of Bridgeboro. What about Mayfield? Was that an EF4 or EF3, the one that hit it in 2021? That was an EF4. Arguably, there were portions of that tornado that did EF5 damage. And I believe it wholeheartedly that at some point during the Mayfield tornado, it reached EF5 intensity, but it probably just didn't do that over the right house to produce the correct damage. You know what I'm saying? Like, a couple of things come to mind when this subject comes up. First of all, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, it doesn't really matter what EF it was. Like, to the people who got hit while it was happening, do you think they were thinking, like, is this an EF5 or is this an EF4? No, they didn't care. Second of all, it is a dumb system. But third of all, what's the better way of doing it? So, I see all sides of the argument. Crunch Pal. Crunch Pal says, we've been watching all day from South Georgia. Thank you for all you do. Your hard work is appreciated. Thank you, Crunch. Disaster has been a member for 10 months. Just curious if notifications are set up in your system for special marine warnings, since they can often include waterspout possibilities and can move on shore. If you're talking about the stuff that pops up on screen, no. But usually we have people watching, and they will let us know if that's included in a special marine warning. Ooh, sorry, I don't mean to yawn. I know that I just made every one of you yawn. But this is today was exhausting. You get so much adrenaline whenever you're in the middle of a situation like that. There was 50,000 people watching as one of the probably most intense looking signatures on radar I've ever seen was moving towards a densely populated area. I think I'm starting to crash off of the adrenaline, whatever it is that happens during a situation like that. Has been a wild day, to say the least. We've seen a ton of tornadoes today. Unfortunately, we lost some lives today. Lots of people are homeless tonight as a result of these tornadoes. The good news is things are going to get better. There will be more tornado warnings. There will absolutely be more tornado warnings throughout the night. In fact, I would say we might hear the beep here in just a second for an additional warning for this storm here. But I think the biggest problem makers are over for now. We're going to continue to see strong winds with these storms that are moving through this part of Georgia, through Vidalia, Lyons, up to Statesboro. Tornado threat's going to be minimal there. Looks like the bulk of the storms have moved past Columbia now. You got a brief gust of strong winds there. Strong storms are moving through North Carolina. They're going to come into Raleigh here within the next hour or two. But they will continue to weaken as they get closer. The new backup camera, by the way, is something else.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It follows me. And there it is. There's the extension of that warning down there in Georgia. So there's still a rotating part of this storm that looks pretty concerning. But man, we've seen that for a while now, and we just haven't had any confirmation that it's actually producing a tornado. So it's one of those things where this is a dangerous storm. You got to be in your safe spot. You got to be prepared. But it's like on the verge of producing a tornado, but it isn't yet. So, and that's unfortunately, that's like all I can tell you about that. There's not a lot else I can say because that's all we know. So yeah, we still got a tornado warning out here. We got a potential tornado trying to develop here. And by the way, this new tornado warning includes Tai, Georgia. So if you're in Tai, get to shelter. Has the Kentucky tornado been rated? If you're talking about the one from last night, it's preliminarily, it's been rated a EF1, and that's probably where it'll stay. Once again, I'm just looking at the data again on the website. I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who went to shopryanhall.com and got something so that we could help people out in Alabama. We've already got people on the way. The Y'all Squad's going to show up. I don't know exactly what we're going to do yet, but we are just going to spend all that money to try to make people's lives easier tomorrow that are going to be hurting because of these storms. Thanks to you, we have tens of thousands of dollars to go down there and help people with. So I appreciate you. Do you think we'll be in a negative NAO for the rest of the season? Not for the rest of the season, but eventually we will get there, and we will be there for some period of time. But it's not going to happen anytime soon, and whenever it does happen, it won't last for the rest of the season. So it's going to be one of those things where everything's going to have to line up perfectly for us to get that kind of, pattern that to deliver us the big daddy snowstorm that some of you are longing for. Yeah, this tornadic storm is moving towards Tifton, Georgia. But man, I'm just telling you, I'm not too terribly concerned about what I'm seeing here. We want to get into our safe spots, but we're not freaking out. And I don't have anything else to report on that other than there is a tornado warning. This is from Blake Freeman. Earlier showing that big giant mesocyclone with the tornado. Phew. That reminds me a lot of the March tornadoes in Kentucky. That looks a lot like the March of 2012 tornadoes that we had in Kentucky, where we had this huge mesocyclone and like that's doing damage and stuff, but it only intermittently touches the ground with the actual tornado. Shoot, man, I can't believe that. That is unbelievable footage there of the tornado that went through earlier. That was in Otaga County. Hey, Joshua Olmstead, thank you so much, man. That's super generous of you. What is this? Water spouts. Certainly, there's going to be some huge water spouts, some wedge tornadoes out there in the middle of the ocean tonight into the early morning hours on Friday. So if you know any fish, make sure you let them know. Certainly, there's going to be some huge. Are you guys clipping me now and trying to expose me on Twitter? I'm retweeting it. That's funny. Need to laugh every once in a while in situations like this. It's probably good for you. Raymond, thanks for becoming a moderate risker. Scott, thanks for becoming a slight risker. That rotation's really died down here on this storm now. Got the leg reveal. Now we need AI, Ryan. Okay, I actually do. I want to show you that. Real quick here. Let me find it. That might be hard. I don't know what I did with it. Trying to think of where I would have put that. And what I even would have named it. Basically, what it is. Aha. I found it. Thank you, Frank. Hi, Kentucky. Okay, so let me preface this real quick. Basically, what it is we were talking about that thing I was talking about earlier. It's like, wouldn't it be nice if we could do a channel for every state and do like forecasts for every state? And it was like, well, that would be impossible. Then we found a tool that literally all we had to do was I had to talk into a mic for like 10 minutes, and then this AI version of me now exists. And what can happen is I can like write forecasts, I can like write a script, feed it to the AI, and then it does this. Hi, Kentucky. It's your friendly neighborhood meteorologist here with the latest forecast for the state. That's Starting not in central me. Kentucky, we've got a gloomy day ahead with mostly cloudy skies and a chance of patchy light rain, sprinkles, and drizzle. Don't get too excited about the warmer weather, though, because the thick overcast will keep temperatures relatively stable.
Are you
Just a
kidding?
heads up, we could see the winds shift to the northwest in the afternoon. Tonight, we might see some breaks in the clouds.
Now, the
especially
script
west
here
of
for this video
I-65.
particular is not great. Like we could tidy it up a little
And a
bit.
light northwest breeze will bring in cooler air. But don't let the
But I don't know, man. AI Ryan might be coming to a YouTube channel near you. But seriously, though,
clouds
like,
get you
how
down,
scary
because
is
Monday
that?
is looking mostly sunny and a little warmer than normal. Wednesday night through Friday night, we've got a chance of precipitation, with the heaviest rain expected.
Nuts. But like we could definitely like write forecasts and then produce videos like that. But I don't know. I feel like it's not ready yet. And I don't know. I don't even know if I want to do that. Like I feel like being in the video is like a big part of it. I don't know. Always trying to think of how we can do better and get more detailed for more people. Because one of the things about YouTube is like you can't really make a video longer than 10 minutes. People get bored, people click off, and then when that happens, YouTube stops caring about you. So in order to keep people's attention, you got to keep the video short. And whenever we're doing a nationwide forecast, we're talking about the entire US, right? We definitely skip over a lot of areas because we're trying to get the forecast done. We're just hitting the big moments, right? We're hitting the big picture. If we had the ability to make a 10-minute long video for every state, we'd be able to be a lot more succinct and detailed. And I think that that's something to look into, but we're just not there yet. Obviously, I wouldn't just stop what I'm doing and like let AI take over. That's never going to happen. But there might be a day where it's good enough to at least help. Somebody said, I watch videos that are an hour long on a regular basis. Well, you're one of the few. Unfortunately, TikTok has kind of ruined the attention span of a lot of people. AI Ryan won't yawn. That's true. AI Ryan might even be better than the real thing. AI Ryan will always pronounce the names of your towns right. Ryan, you're tired is showing. I know. I start rambling about 10 hours in usually, and that's that's part of the reason why we got to wrap it up here soon. Still got a tornado warning out here south of Tai Tai. I don't see anything to be too concerned about there. Definitely going to continue to see these storms move off to the east, do damaging winds and all that stuff. But for the most part, the severe weather threat is over. Real quick, let's go over the forecast. Once again, what do you say? Who wants to see it? If I can use my brain for 2 seconds here to remember how to do this. Okay, sweet. All right. There it is. Bada bing, bada boom. Ugh.
All right. So this line of storms is going to continue to move off to the east, and it's going to continue to weaken as it goes off to the east coast. These storms are just going to get nothing but weaker as we go on. All right. There's going to be an isolated tornado warning or two as we go forward, but it is not going to be anything crazy. Okay. It is not going to be anything crazy. And then we're going to see some rain, lots of heavy rain up here in the northeast. And we're going to see some backside snow. And what's going to happen tomorrow morning, by the way, 4 a.m., it's snowing in Ohio. It's snowing in Indiana, Illinois. These snow showers are going to increase in intensity and coverage as we get into around 10 a.m. in the morning, snowing heavily in the Appalachian Mountains. Big time snow squall from Chicago all the way down to Louisville. And check it out. We got snow working into northern Alabama, around Nashville. This is not going to be like it's snowing all day, but intermittently throughout the day, we're going to see heavy downpours of snow, like little thunderstorms that produce snow. And it's going to coat the roads really fast. It's going to make dangerous travel conditions likely. But check it out. Even as far south as Atlanta, Georgia tomorrow, it is going to be snowing after the tornado today. Like a lot of these places that are going to see snow tomorrow got hit by a tornado today. So there you go. Lots of snow showers tomorrow, intermittently, all the way through the early morning hours on Saturday. 4 a.m. Saturday, it's still snowing in Charleston. It's still snowing intermittently through some of the Rockies, the Appalachians. But that's pretty much it in the short term. Not a lot else to say about the weather forecast there. Dee Dee Winfrey says, Ryan, you saved my life today. I really, I appreciate when you guys tell me that, but you don't have to. You don't have to say thanks. You don't have to put it, you definitely don't have to do like any sort of financial support or anything like that. But I do appreciate hearing that. I'm glad I could be there for you. I'm doing it because I want to be here. You don't have to thank me though. And I'm very glad that you're okay. That's the most important part. All right, I think it's about time we start wrapping her up. Wrapping her up. And all the tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. So we're gonna be done here. We are gonna be done here very soon. I do want to show you one more thing. Just for anybody who cares, we did this members only the other day for our members of the channel addressing the state of the y'all. If anybody is interested in some of the behind the scenes stuff that goes on here for the channel at the Weather House and what we're doing in the near future, I'm going to play this video and then we're going to end it for tonight. All right. So here is the state of the y'all from our new creative director, Chandler.
And I'm the creative director for Y'all Enterprises. Ryan made me make this video to show you all what we're doing. So let's go. In the hallway of the Weather House.
The accountant's in the hallway.
The accountant in the hallway. Do you do anything else?
So Carly is also our accountant, and her office is in the hallway. The best we can do here at the Weather House.
Accountant, I am downstairs helping with the behind the scenes of the live streams. It's new. I didn't used to do this, but I do this now. So let's go down there and check.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep right after this.
Carly is Ryan's sister. I am Ryan's sister-in-law. What's the state of the y'all in the production room?
So this is the new setup. This is where I work.
Yeah, so this is the setup that Carly's at right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screens in front of her. She's got the audio control. She's got all the buttons. Great job today, Carly.
Sounds.
Great
Basically,
button pushing.
I can key up some graphics on the screen. I control the lights. When Andy needs to talk, I bring his camera up on the screen.
Volume. So
Control
now I
volume.
shouldn't be muted all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
So we
Like,
should have that.
I always come back and I'm muted. That's not going to happen.
Right.
And if it does, I just fire her.
It's my fault.
Yeah.
So let's go see where all the bags of beans are packaged and sent out. The YOLO meters, those get sent out here
Bags
too.
of beans.
So that's exciting. That's part of it. It's just simple. Let's go. What are you doing?
Filling orders.
What kind?
Coffee.
What kind of coffee do we have?
So we got medium roast, we got dark roast, we got ground, we got whole. Here's the dark roast. So you got your
Everybody
nice
who
standard
placed an order
ground.
today for a
Then you
sticker,
got
this
whole.
is the
I
guy
think
that's going to be shipping it to you.
Apparently people do.
And we got these YOLO meters. Fun fact. Would you look at that? This is the size of the Chan Can't Go Outside meter. This one, I like it.
Yeah, we do all of this from a house. Whenever I say I'm at the weather house, it's not a
Almost
joke.
the full size of Chan. How many do you think that we have shipped out so far?
Coffee, I'd say close to 10 to 15,000 pounds. The YOLO meters, 10, 12,000.
Woo! This is the size of the stuff that we're sending
For
out.
today only.
Today only, yes. And let's just take a tour, shall we? And this will lead us straight into Ryan's new hot rod. It comes equipped with a wash rack. On a serious note, I would like
So
to
that's
say
the golf
that
cart, by the
Ryan-
way.
on
I
a
don't know if
serious
any of you
note,
were
Ryan's-
here for the beginning of the stream. I was very concerned because this is what I drive to work. I was very concerned about it being out in the rain, but thankfully we did get that moved into the garage just in time.
New hot rod.
So I'll be dry
Comes
on
equipped
the way
with
home.
a wash rack. On a serious note, I would like to say
This
that
is
Ryan
one of the
would be
things that we'll be
super-
using maybe during some of our relief efforts down there in Selma, just depending on what goes on with Chris. Like if Chris is going to, if we're going to replace somebody's roof or buy somebody a car, we're not going to fill up a thing full of supplies and take it down there. But if that does need to be done, we've got this big trailer here now for that.
Trailers in. These are going to be out to help everyone involved in like tornadoes, floods, hurricane relief, and all of that. And this is also
So I'm going to skip this next part and we'll take a look at the YOLO meter
we're going to
production
see
and then we'll call it a night. I really
what's
appreciate everybody
happening
for
there.
tuning in.
Yellow, we're back, and now we have made it safely to
YOLO Meter Factory.
So let's go see what they're up to. This is the production of the YOLO meters.
And if you
They're
don't know
printed on.
what a YOLO meter is, it's a giant snow measuring stick.
That concludes the episode of the Y'all. We could not get the nader beans in production today because they were closed. Who closes on a Tuesday? We don't know, but they got beans rolling tomorrow. That being said, that's all y'all. Laters, naders.
Laters, naders. All right, that's it. Thank you guys for watching. We still got a tornado warning for Tift County and Worth County, Georgia. We got a tornado watch that goes out for a lot of Georgia through, 10 p.m. So we're going to stick with you. We're not going to stick with you, but you're going to need to stay tuned to your local National Weather Service and the alerts coming out of there through the rest of the night. But I'm telling you guys, things are going to calm down a lot. We've been going for 10 hours. We got to end it. We got to get some sleep. We got to refresh, and we'll be back here at the Weather House tomorrow, and we're really going to start working on our plans and on how we're either going to get ourselves down there or use Chris and some of the other storm chasers in Georgia to help with relief. Once again, thanks to you guys, we're going to be able to help people out like they didn't even know they could be helped, and that's what we're going to be doing here. So thank you guys once again for giving me the best job in the world. I wish that I could say it more and really let you feel how much I mean it, but I feel like if I say it too much, it loses its oomph. So I'm going to end the stream now, and we're going to get some rest. Thank you very much. We will see you in the next one. Hold on. Wait. I got to find the thing. There it is. All right. We will see you in the next one. Goodbye.